Okay, my microphone should be working now. Hopefully you can hear me. I am just going to ping people on Discord that may want to watch the stream and jump into lounge so people can come chat if they want. Adding trees. Okay. Alrighty. So hopefully that is all working and you can hear me. I'm apparently also dropping just a shitload of frames. I have no idea why my internet's not being good anymore. It used to be able to stream without a fucking problem. Anyway.
What's all this?
Oh, shit. God damn.
So you dirty cunt.
Maybe not while I'm streaming.
You're
but,
streaming right now, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. So maybe. Hey guys. How do you do?
I literally only just started the stream and you like jumped in. I was like, ah, shit. I knew you were gonna say something.
Like.
I knew you were gonna say something stupid immediately. And I was like, ah, fuck.
No, borderline retarded. It's a couple of rungs below stupid. You gotta just the taxonomy of derpy things. Is, you gotta get it right, man. Okay.
Yeah, taxonomy of stupid things to say. Yeah, I'm adding trees to a Minecraft clone that I was making last week. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, not Minecraft clone, my RuneScape clone. I was fucking.
Festus Fox. Festus.
Yep.
Regal name.
Yeah, Regal. And
Bougie.
I sped up my little fucking people run around.
I don't know why I can never find you on YouTube, which is weird because I have you. I have you saved. I have even the. Because there's a lot of Fox characters. Every time I look it up. Oh wait.
I do find it odd that sometimes you search for like exactly the channel name and they don't show up at the top, and you're like, what? Why? Right. Let's gonna fix the fly cam first because well, I was setting up for a video and I was going, I'll do a video about fly cameras. And while I was writing my notes about how I was doing my fly camera, I went, oh fuck, I'm doing it wrong. So I like literally added it to the video, but didn't add it to the code that I'd written. So that was, yeah.
Wait, where is your again? Hey. So you don't mind linking me to your channel, right? Because for some reason I can't find it. Not to out myself as particularly slow or anything like that, but there was a moment.
God damn it! That's not what I wanted to do. Why did you take me? Fuck it. I clicked your channel in it. I must click your videos. I don't actually remember how to get to my channel. There we go. I'll send you the link. Oh, yeah. It's odd though, because I'm sure I had a custom URL, but apparently YouTube's not going to use that. It's community.
Very disagreeable. So what if phone flipping?
What?
After my RuneScape clone. Oh, are you not doing the thing that was inspired by the thing we talked about before?
I want to do that, but then I was just trying to literally make a card, and Bevy does not have the feature set for it to just easily put a card together. Like when you were doing all those fancy text things and stuff like that, it was like it'd be really nice if I could do that kind of thing, but I'd have to like custom write everything. And I kind of went like, that's a bit difficult. So I kind of got distracted.
For you. Probably just a lot of work for. Just
it's one of those like I don't know how to do it. Like it probably wouldn't be hard if I had a good idea what I was doing, but it's really difficult to like try and come up with that stuff when you don't actually even have a starting point. Like, so I could probably port your code because I would be copying what you're doing, but I can't in my head see how to do it from scratch. And I'm also like lose motivation. I was trying to make a card that I could like specify the name, the type, and that, so I could have everything render nicely. And I just couldn't get it working in my own time, so I was like, I feel like doing it on stream might help, because sometimes I find that I can get more stuff done on stream because I talk to myself while talking to the audience, which makes me get through a lot of ideas better. But yeah, I just couldn't work out how to do the card system so that like you could intuitively see what levels things were set to. At some point, I'll probably do it, but it was just one of those I got distracted by other things. Mostly that I wanted to make a RuneScape style like movement system where it's like cell based, and so that's what I did last week when I was streaming. And now I'm continuing it by adding trees.
Excel based? You said acceleration based, you said?
It's cell based. Like where you like tiles and like a height map sort of thing.
Okay.
I'll
I didn't even know
reopen it up. It was I was watching something and I was like, that'd be a really cool thing to do, like RuneScape. But so I've got like a height map that's set by color. I should probably add proper biomes and stuff, but I added pathfinding to it, and that's what I did last week, was just sort of add a pathfinding thing. And then I like added debug code. I'm doing more things that are like showing off how to do stuff in Bevy more than just specifically got a like long-term project in mind. So I spent more time probably writing the debug code than I spent writing the fucking code that did the pathfinding. Mostly because the code that does the pathfinding is just like the rewriting the pseudocode from Wikipedia.
And I think one thing that would be really cool is if like maybe at some point when the API kind of settles down a little bit, so just a little bit, you know.
Yeah. Have you seen 0.15 changes? Everything's different now.
Yeah. I haven't. What is it released fully?
No, it's in like the -R, where like, you know, how you can go into crates and do like, I think it's -RC3 or something. Yeah. So 0.15 -RC.3, and then you'll get the current version. But they removed bundles like entirely. Like all the bundles are deprecated now, and if you use them, they just tell you to use a specific component, because they added a feature that I suggested fucking years back now of allowing you to specify the dependent components of something. So like transform is dependent on global transform, and we'll just insert default if it's missing, which means that a lot of stuff that you were putting in your bundle that you would just always default now gets added by default. Like it automatically adds stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I have heard of that one. I have that.
It's really cool, except I keep using the bundles and then having to read the thing to work out what component I'm supposed to be attaching to get the desired effect. It also means that they had to move a lot of stuff around. Like now, instead of having like just a mesh handle attached to your thing, you attach a 3D mesh that is just a wrapper around a mesh handle, because that's what tells Bevy that it needs to insert the rest of the stuff for a 3D mesh. So in theory, now an entity can have both a 3D and a 2D mesh that are two separate meshes, whereas before they couldn't do that because they would share the same handle.
That's interesting, because you can't do something like, I don't think you can do something like that. Well, no, you can't without having to have multiple game objects in Unity. You would have to have two different objects.
No, I think Unity lets you have a 3D rigid body and a 2D rigid body on the same game object, and so in theory you could make a game object that is bound within a 2D like physics world, but then also has a 3D object that can move in the Z direction.
I don't think it does.
I thought it did. Maybe it yells at you, but I thought you could add them because they were technically separate components and therefore would run completely independently of each other.
I'm gonna check that out right now, but I'm pretty sure it verbally abuses me if I try.
No, it might verbally abuse you, but I'm sure it used to let you. Maybe because people kept fucking around with it. It doesn't anymore. But I didn't think.
Honestly,
I didn't think Unity had any kind of, you can't add these two components to the same object, or like mono behaviors. You can't add the same two different mono behaviors. Like there's no, don't let me add this if I've already got this. I don't think.
I'm pretty sure it just won't let you. But you can make something like required, like a required component.
Yeah, I know you can make required stuff, but I didn't think you could make unrequired stuff. Because I thought the whole point was it's supposed to be pseudo decoupled. Like you can say I rely on this, but you can't say, oh, I don't want to be here if this is also here. I didn't think that was a thing. But I mean, I can't see why they don't have that. But I feel like they'd be hard coded because.
Although I mean, Unity, so really, it's an old ass language by now. By this point,
Yeah,
it's like
very mature.
like it's mostly relying on like ease of use. So for people who are very new, it's often like it catered to them, and like
Mm.
if there was some like if they gave you the freedom to do that, but if there was some obvious like some caveat that would often break your game or something like that, I think people would just complain about that and be like, hey, can you make it so we just can't do this
Yeah, but that's what I'm
or something
saying.
like
I
that.
can't see why it would even break your game. The only thing it would ever break your game in is if you accidentally put a 2D and a 3D on, and somehow confined the 2D one so it couldn't move out of the, and then the 3D one would be stuck because the 2D one keeps pulling it back, but only on the XY axis. The Z would let it. It can move anywhere in the Z because that's unconstrained. The 2D doesn't touch the Z, but the 3D can't move outside of the confined space in the 2D. It'd be a good simulation of what fourth dimension would be like, where you can physically run into a wall in the third dimension because but it can't work out why it's hitting something because in the third dimension it looks like it can move through it, but in the fourth dimension it's colliding.
I just remembered something. I don't know why it took me this long to remember it. Yeah, it says you can't add component in rigid body 2D to a game object because it conflicts with the existing rigid body derived component. So they both
Oh, so
derive
they
from
both derive
rigid
from
body.
yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah. And I think the thing is like the reason they probably set that up, and I think it's quite slightly purposeful, is because they run on two completely different physics systems.
Yeah, no,
One is
the
physics, and
reason
the
that
other is
exists is because they're using a object oriented language, and it literally is saying I physically cannot derive that because something else is deriving it. It's saying part of what I rely on is being relied on by something else, and that would cause conflict. I'm going in Bevy that wouldn't happen because in Bevy we don't care what added the component, we just care that the component existed. So in Bevy you could do that without a problem. If anything, that may cause issues because you may add something that then starts overriding. Like I've definitely done that before, where I'm like I'll write my own thing and then something else will come in and be like, oh, I'm moving the transform. And Bevy gives you warnings if you're doing stuff like that, where like it goes, oh, ambiguous ordering means that like this may move it and then you may move it back, and then you can cause all sorts of issues like jitter and stuff because you're moving it and you're using some kind of way of working out where it should go, and then something else is moving it but using a different way of working out where it goes that may not rely on the value that's already there, and therefore like it sort of can end up jittering because it's bouncing back and forth depending on which one runs first.
and then ordering issues, right? Like
Yeah,
with the
but Bevy will
system
actually
ordering issues.
it will actually tell you if your systems conflict, because what it's doing is it's checking. I think it's if you access something mutably in two different places, like in the same possible frame, it's like, hey, these may execute in different orders, and therefore it's an ordering issue. But if they're like none of them are mutable, it won't tell you that, I don't believe, which can lead to some issues because sometimes you'll read a value and then something will change it, and that's also an ordering issue. But Bevy's pretty good at telling you when you're doing something wrong. Whether you read the error message or not, it's a different story, but it does tell you.
Rust or Bevy specifically?
Bevy specifically in that particular case because it's actually custom error message stuff. But
Okay.
Rust is great at telling you when you're doing something wrong. I'm just saying Bevy actually utilizes that and has custom stuff on top.
I cannot wait to start really being able to use that. Like once it has the engine, like I'm all in.
The
All
editor.
in.
Waiting for the editor, I
The editor, yeah. No, it has the editor already. I meant the engine. I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, there is
no,
the Bevy
I
editor
think,
plays, which is great, except it's not ported to fucking 15 yet. So
yeah, and it's not. I don't know. It's not ease of use. So like you can't.
the editor's pretty good. Like for looking through hierarchies and finding out like what components are on something, or editing and tweaking values. The biggest issue with the editor please is you kind of have to be versed enough to write your own developer tools, which Unity has the same issue. Unity, like if you wanted to write a custom editor window in Unity, it's fucking hard. But the thing is, Unity already
Well,
has most of the editor windows that you may want pre-made, whereas Bevy doesn't have that because most of Bevy's stuff is like third-party shit, so it's not going to work with the editor. Though I'm amazed how much stuff does work with the editor, just because it's using Bevy's Reflect system. So as long as it implements Reflect, it works in the editor. Great.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people use Odin and Inspector in Unity. And another reason why I want to get off this editor, get off this engine on onto Bevy, because I'm assuming, and really just assuming because I don't know Rust that well, but I'm assuming that it'll be much easier, certainly with the lessons they can take from Unity devs who move over and contribute.
Yeah.
That like certain things should absolutely be serializable. Like you should absolutely see them in the editor. Whereas in Unity, like a dictionary, you can't by default see that in the editor without either making your own serialization for it in the editor or using like a plugin. And it's like a basic data type. It's like, bro, what?
Um,
What?
yeah, I think that's more of a like because dictionaries are hard to do like that. Not because there's anything inherently difficult. It's more like because depending on your use case, you may specifically want a certain order, whereas dictionaries are inherently unordered. So
Yeah.
because
Well,
in Rust they're called hash
could make
maps.
the
But
technology.
that's what I'm saying is
Well, yeah.
it's in language design or in like for example Bevy being an engine, that's what you call taking an opinionated approach, which is that they have said this is how we think it should work, which I think Bevy is trying to avoid doing that, where they're avoiding saying this is how something should be done, and hence the editor is going to get made as its own sort of thing to the side. As if you want how Bevy does it, then here's all the widgets, but Bevy itself will never be like this is how it must be done. There's a framework for doing UI in Bevy that's like that, where they have the main framework that just gives you nothing. It's literally just a framework for making UI frameworks. And then they have an opinionated one that's like, hey, we want buttons to work this way, so this is how you do buttons. And then it gives you all the widgets to do buttons. But they have picked an opinion, which means if you want to do buttons differently, you have to go write your own stuff because they have said this is how we want buttons to work. And a lot of frameworks don't make that set distinction and make two separate things. So you end up being stuck with however they want you to do buttons is kind of how you have to do buttons, or none of their other shit works because they're relying on buttons. And I think that's what your hash map or dictionaries do is Unity's gone, we're not going to take a stance on whether you order them alphabetically by insertion order. That's up to the user to write their own custom thing. The other issue is it would probably flicker because I'm pretty sure the UI is redrawn every frame or something, which would mean that every time it iterates through it, because it's a random order, it would iterate through it, and then the order in your dictionary would fucking change every time. That, or they might have a fixed iteration order until you insert something, and then the iteration order may change. So that'd be really annoying if you try to change something, and when you add something, the list shuffles because they're just iterating through it, and it's something they have to take an opinionated stance on what they want to do with that. And it's sort of C does it a lot as well, where they have undefined behavior, where it's like it's not a bug. We just haven't told you what it's going to do, so you probably shouldn't do it because we can't guarantee it won't change in the future. But as soon as it's defined behavior, now every version needs to make sure it does the same thing. And so like C has lots of shit where it's like, hey, we're not going to say either way what it's going to do. So it depends on the compiler what it might do. Yeah, so it's...
Yeah, but I think as you mentioned with the approach of like, here's the default behavior, but then we're gonna make another thing that's we're gonna make another framework where you can do it freely, but we're gonna help you so it's not like it's such like a huge labor of work for a simple editor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think dictionaries are something that like a lot of languages can't decide how dictionaries are supposed to be iterated. And so it makes sense to not have a inspector for dictionaries, because it's like, how do you pick which to do without offending a whole bunch of people going, it's not doing it the way that I want it to be done? So they've just literally said we won't touch it then.
Well, I think it's just like most people in Unity we would just, well, most people at least in Unity would just like to be able to visualize them and wouldn't care that much.
But that's what I mean. Is
for a base functionality.
I'm sure if they did it away, you'd be like, that's fine. But I'm saying, like, I think the issue they're running into is how do you pick which way to do it first? You probably find even just on their own team, they have 6 or 7 different ways that they think that it should be displayed. And it may just be that they've just decided that it's not worth trying to implement it in a way, because it also becomes a maintainability thing that if like something changes in the future, they have to make sure that they also change that. Because like in Rust, there's obviously the collections hash map, but there's also like a crate that you can get, which is called an index map or index set, which keeps the order at which they were inserted intact. So every time you iterate it, it's the same. And so it's like sort of Rust has taken their view and said this is part of the standard library, and then other people have made their own stuff. But then you have to make custom inspectors, and Rust definitely makes custom inspectors easier because like if it implements iterator, then you can just make an inspector that uses it. But I think you would just run into opinionated issues in other languages because of that. You can't like there's not as defined of a statement of how things should be. I don't know.
Well, in Unity there are I'm pretty sure there's constructors to decide on how the ordering should go for these things. At least for hash sets. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me look it up. But yeah, I have a lot of hopes for Bevy.
Oh yeah,
Plenty of them are small, to be fair, but
the nicest thing about Bevy is it will be one of those situations where you may not need to write any custom inspector code. Like that's how it works at the moment. Is you can with the Bevy editor, and that's not even like an official thing of Bevy. You can just derive reflect, and as long as you register reflect, it will work in the inspector. Some things may break,
nice.
but that's because the specific component hasn't been registered. Like Bevy only, like I think it was 0.14, they added the functionality of if you register a type, all of its subtypes that also have reflect will automatically be registered. Because you used to have to register like everything. So if you used a vect of U8, you had to register reflect on that, like because it didn't automatically add it. Which it may still have that issue more because I don't think Bevy automatically implements reflect for all things that are reflect of reflect, which would mean that a vector of something that implements reflect may not itself implement reflect. I would imagine it does because like Bevy seems smart enough to just add a generic that just says, you know, import vec t, you know, where t is reflect, and then reflect vec t, and so that should in theory work. I'm assuming Rust and its generics make all that possible. But I haven't really tested it. But the Bevy editor is amazing in that regard. I should probably actually just port that over as my mission for today because I was going to add trees. But I'm trying to think how to add trees. We'll create like objects and we'll go like... let's see if I can just get a tree spawning and make it like a pathfindable thing. I should probably do it in terrain. Yeah, the Rust in its generic system is just an amazing ability to like make code that writes itself, I guess. Yeah, hopefully 0.15 comes out sometime soon. My hope would be it comes out this weekend, but I actually have no idea. I haven't looked at all on the forums if they've like or the Discord saying when it's going to come out. But it'd be nice if it came out this weekend because then I could make it a video and everything. And yeah, stay on top of it because boy do I have a terrible track record to stay on top of my videos. Keep going like I'll make these videos and then just like 6 months later I'm still not making them.
Also, you tend to pick pretty decently sizable like topics for your videos too. Right?
It's more like
not huge, but like
I also tend to like
large,
make the one mistake of picking things that I actually have no idea what I'm doing, so I actually do research. When I first started doing videos, I was like, I could make a video in an afternoon because I was like, hey, entities. And then just like, I already know how entities work because I've been using Bevy. And then I was also like unemployed at the time, so I had a lot more time to do shit. But I was using Bevy on like a daily basis and making little games in it, which meant that I knew basically everything there was to know about queries, systems, resources, like all those videos I could just write off the top of my head, no research. And then someone was like, hey, can you do a video on texture atlases because I can't work them out? And I'm like, oh shit, I don't use texture atlases. Now I have to go look and make sure like actually research this stuff because most of the time when I'm using them I just add the texture, add the atlas, and I'm done. But they're using, I didn't even know Bevy had a fucking texture atlas builder. I made my own texture atlas builder in my Minecraft clone because I was just like, I know how to do this, and I just made an image array, like an array of bytes, and then built the texture dynamically at runtime and went, yes, texture atlas. Bevy apparently has an automated system to do that, where you don't even need to know the size at the beginning. You can just chuck all the images in and say build it, and it'll work it out. And I'm like, fuck, I wish I knew about that, because I spent ages getting that texture atlasy thing working properly, because I kept rendering shit like just in the wrong way. But I was like, I had to do research. The thing is more like I wrote the video script. Like I did the research one day, wrote the script like the same day, and then for about 2 weeks I didn't record the video just because I either didn't have time or I just didn't have the energy or all that kind of shit. Where I was like, I should just need to get this fucking video done. They asked me like a month later. I got the video done after they asked me, and it wasn't that it took me a month to make the video. It was like it took me like probably 3 days total to make the video. It just took me a month to somehow get the motivation for those 3 days of work.
That's still a lot more than like a lot of like. I think anybody I've encountered interacts with their chat. Like you would just straight up answer the question on like was it a live stream or was it just a pre-made video?
That was a pre-made video, the texture atlas one.
Yeah, so that's a lot. That's a lot of interaction there.
Mm.
I mean, obviously you can't like do that for everybody all the time when you inevitably like scale up.
There's also like sometimes they ask questions that I have no way of answering. Like someone said something about they were using the Steamworks API and like, oh, can you do a video on that? I'm like, I'll look into it because I have no fucking clue.
Steamworks for Bevy?
Yeah, there's a crate. If we go to Bevy, and then we go to assets, and then somewhere down here, let's go Steam. Nope. That's a Steam Deck. No, I'm gonna go here. I'm sure it's maybe just API, and we'll see if we can track it down. There's a Steamworks API, I'm sure, somewhere.
Well, that's crazy. I didn't even know.
Nope.
Nice.
Nope, don't do that. Don't open random shit. API. Where is it? The hug. Okay, I can't find it, but there was definitely something on the Bevy assets, like a
Bevy Steamworks.
Is it what it's called?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, or at least one implementation. Was it from
Steamworks.
Treaty House?
I don't know. I just found on the Bevy assets. Yeah. That's the one. I think that's what they were talking about. But it's that thing of being like, I have never released a game to Steam. I plan to in the future, like my what do I call it? Hextra Dimensional, which is a game I made for a game jam. Me and the guy I was doing that with are planning to put it on Steam when it's in a more playable state. But it's like, I have no idea how any of this works. I'll have to learn it all myself. The biggest issue, I think, is to interface with Steam stuff. You actually have to have the game already on Steam. So it's really hard to for me to like make a video talking about how to do it without actually publishing a game to Steam, which is a bit of a financial commitment considering that it costs like $100 to publish a game. Yeah, so I'm kind of like, publishing a game just to make a video would be way too much. But if I'm already going to publish a game, I might do a thing and be like, hey, here's how you do it, how achievements, something like that. But yeah, it's just a lot of looking into something that I never planned to use. Whereas back when I was making these videos to begin with, all the videos were based on stuff that I already knew. Like I could put a video together because I already knew how to do it.
But you get that money back once you've made at least that much, right?
So, like, you apparently, from what I understand, you don't do that. The way it works is Steam takes 30%, and when you publish a game, they charge you $100, and then only take, I think they only take 20% for your first $1,000, which means that theoretically your fee is $100 less for the first $1,000 window. So instead of paying them $300, you only have to pay them $200, or they only take $200. So you get your $100 back, but only because Steam technically just didn't collect $100 worth of fees. If that makes sense. Like they never send you the money back. They just don't take more money from you.
Oh, how merciful of them.
Well, it's exactly the same thing. The biggest difference between that and them giving you the money back is you don't get taxed on the way in and taxed on the way out. Steam just says, all right, well, we're going to take 10% less of a fee for the first $100 worth of fees.
Yeah. Fair. Honestly, I thought it was like all you had to do was make like $100 and you get at least that back. But no.
So apparently there's a Steam ID for Space War. I think the main thing with that one isn't that it's something you can just test with. I think there is a test code one, but Space War is more that it's in everybody's library, so people pirate it because you have to have it in your library for it to work. And then Space War is just something that Steam automatically adds to everyone's library, and that's why pirated games use it. I'm responding to someone's question to the reason I just randomly transitioned to that. So I don't think it's specifically for testing, but I think there is one for testing. But you might be able to. I don't know. I would have to look into it, and we're talking about doing hundreds of hours of research for one person's video that I don't myself have an understanding of to begin with, which tends to make bad videos. I've learned is if I don't know what I'm talking about, researching to make a video tends to not make the best quality videos. Why one of those videos I was suggesting to you about metals if they were people is because I do machining all day as work, and I'm going, man, I can think of some really memey ways of making videos that are like based on a specific metal that I know really well because I machine it, and then turning it into like a random meme. Like I was going to go like stainless steel is the Karen of metals. It'll scream if you touch it right. It'll scream if you touch it wrong. And the other thing with it, if you treat it wrong, it'll work harden, and like a Karen, it holds a grudge, not just against you, but your family, your friends, and everyone who's ever said anything nice about you. That's stainless steel.
Or a magpie.
Or a magpie, yeah. But I had this thing like a few weeks ago. I was thinking about it at work. I go, that would make a great like 1 minute YouTube short. Is like stainless steel, the Karen of metals, and then just come up with all these different ways that stainless steel is like a Karen, and do that like the meme where it's like the Giga Chad versus the nerd.
the beta versus the alpha.
Yeah, that's kind of like I was kind of like, oh yeah, so you're 4140, which is like the Giga Chat of metals because it's like it's really easy to work with, it's really strong, it's all these things, and then being like comparing that to the Omega of metals, which is just mild steel, where it's like 4140, no matter what you do, it's stainless. No matter what you do, it's shiny, but 4140 like comes out shiny. Mild steel comes out dull. Just dumb shit like that. And I was just picturing like a Giga Chad with, you know how they have the big ball chin, but it's just got like a 41, and then their nipples are 40. My nipples are 4 and the 0, and it's had the Giga Chad. I thought about these way too much.
You what?
I spend far too much time at work thinking about videos that I want to make, and then I don't write anything down, and then I forget about them when I get home.
Pinky Khaleesi, love that name.
One thing with learning to teach is that they do reckon the best way to learn is to try and teach someone else, because you understand where your lacks in knowledge actually are. Like when you're trying to explain to someone else, you will often have your aha moment about what someone else was trying to explain to you, because you have to think laterally to try and explain something to someone.
Yeah, and I think there was a quote that's by I think Richard Feynman or something like that, or at least attributed to him. Like, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand.
Oh yeah. I know the quote you're talking about, where it's something more like, true understanding is the ability to explain it to a 5-year-old. It's like it's not hard to understand something with all the jargon, all the technical terms where you are sort of relating things, but it's really hard to take that jargon and turn it into something that someone else can understand, because it takes a true understanding of the underlying information trying to be conveyed, not just a representation in your own mind. They're saying about the interesting thing about physicists is that the longer they study physics, the less their brain seems to think about things in 3 dimensions and spatially reasoned. Like a lot of people, when we explain things to them, we use analogies to real life physical objects and like get them to picture things moving in a room. And they're saying like, as you study physics for longer and longer and become like you get a professor, and you like the longer they've been learning physics, the less the spatial reasoning parts of their brain light up when they're talking about things that other people would otherwise associate to be spatial. And it's that whole like some understanding or some aha moments in physics literally cannot happen to young people because our brains are pre-programmed to think in 3-dimensional physical space. And it takes a really long time for you to reprogram your brain to think outside of the box enough to imagine, like space-time as an actual 4-dimensional object instead of a 3-dimensional object that we tacked an extra thing on. And yeah, so the longer you study something, the more your brain isn't trying to intuit it, like, I guess. More
it gets accustomed to like a more abstract representation of the thing.
I guess it's like I had a teacher when I was at school that was fluent in 2 languages, and my year being a bunch of really insensitive people were asking really inappropriate questions. But one of the interesting ones that they asked that was kind of was, what language do you think in? And their response was, well, I think in whatever language I'm using the most. So it's like when they would speak French, like, and in France, they would start thinking their own thoughts. The voice inside their head spoke French. But when they came to Australia and started speaking English more, the voice inside their head started speaking English. It's kind of like that, where it's like, when you're fluent, which I think this is like the definition of fluent, you no longer translate from one language to another, but you just speak the language. And that's what the physicists are doing, is they're no longer translating some high concept into a analogy that they are thinking in, like moving an apple around inside a physical room. They are now just intuitively understanding the space that they can't actually see or interact with or in any way. So it's that eventually their brain starts thinking in 4-dimensional space rather than 3-dimensional analogies of 4-dimensional space. And yeah, this is a weird thing that they're saying, like, the longer you're learning it, the more your brain intuitively does this.
So that seems like it might be like why intermediate people, people who have an intermediate level of understanding, while they can often, while they know more than somebody who has a beginner understanding, it can be harder for them to. It can be really hard for them to actually communicate that concept, because they're, the way they're thinking about it, they can't just translate that one-to-one to this individual, right? And like they're becoming less equipped,
I think it's more like an intermediate person has a harder time trying to teach, or like, than a beginner, in the sense that the intermediate person is translating twice. They're translating from their higher understanding into a level that the other person can understand, and then into an analogy that the other person can understand. Whereas 2 intermediate people are only translating between analogies, not levels of understanding. And then the higher level person is not necessarily translating with analogy as much as they are just, like, they only need to learn how the other person is understanding things and translate back. It's weird. It's kind of like if you talk to someone who is not fluent in a language, a way to make them not be able to understand is to talk quickly, because they will have a hard time following along, because their brain is literally translating in between and therefore is slow at doing it. But when they're fluent, it happens automatically. You don't actually have to translate. It's like that thing. The intermediate person is not only translating into a level that they think you can understand, they're then trying to translate between 2 human beings having a conversation, which is an entirely separate step, especially in something like physics that doesn't have a necessarily physical representation. Like, gravity is really easy to explain to someone who, even if they speak another language than you, because everyone's experienced gravity. Whereas when you get further and further into it, the more advanced the area, the less you can rely on them having an actual intuitive understanding.
Yeah, it is interesting. That's certainly not my wheelhouse of understanding. Would that be called metacognition or something like that, or no?
Metacognition is weird, because metacognition, from my understanding,
is that under the rubric of metacognition though, or
well,
what would you call that?
That's what
there's something for that.
My understanding of what the words metacognition would be, like, again, this is that being fluent in a language.
Thinking about thinking.
Yeah,
right?
I can infer what it means by having an understanding. Weirdly enough, let's go real meta with our metacognition conversation, is that I don't necessarily need to know what the topic of metacognition is to be able to infer what it is, because I'm fluent enough in the language to understand that meta being like the outside looking in, and cognition being like, so we're looking at thoughts about how thoughts are formed and work. So metacognition would be the study of understanding how thoughts convey information. My favorite one is qualia, which is the idea that we only ever interact with the real world with what I think they're called primary senses, which is the physical touch of something. is separate to what we would describe as fluffy. Like they're two separate senses. One is like the feeling that we assign something to, and then the other one is the physical property, like the hardness. One can be measured, the other one is like subjective to the person that's doing it. Like I may say something's fluffy and you may say something else is fluffy. Like they're different levels of fluffiness to what we consider to be fluffy, whereas like the primary ones are things that you can physically measure. Like if you can get a device that you touch something and it goes, yes, that is fluffy, as a scientific like hard constant, this is the fluffiness value. It's a primary thing, because obviously fluffiness you can't do that, but color you can. But then color gets really weird, because color runs into that concept of the color red is not the same for everyone, because the color red is something that we literally cannot explain to someone else because it's purely constructed inside our mind. The wavelength of 400 nanometers, I think it's red, maybe I think red might be 600 actually, but like the wavelength of light that makes red things, we can convey scientifically and be like, this is what most people, like what everyone calls red, like the color band of red.
It is not itself red.
It is not itself red, because if I swapped eyes with you, I have no idea, because technology has not got that far. We have no idea if the signals my eyes send my brain are the same signals your eyes send your brain. All we know is that we have both agreed that the apple is red. So red becomes what they call a qualia, which is like the concept inside our own mind, where like it's a concept without a physical representation. You can't distill red into something that can be passed to another human being. All we can do is agree on things that all have the quality red, and the actual physical electrical signals inside our brain, we just have to associate with what everyone else calls red. And it's the idea of like, if we ever get like Neuralink, fucking Elon Musk shit, is if I took something in my brain using the Neuralink, like the readings that it recorded, and played them back into your brain, would you have the same thought? Or would it be gibberish to you? Like, is it actually a universal constant what happens inside our minds? Like, do our minds actually structure in a particular way to store information? Or is it literally every human person thinks differently and we just have made a translation layer on top? The scarier one. I mean, you go.
From what I've seen, it would seem like there's similar regions of your brain light up, but
and that's the thing is like language section of your brain.
Yeah, but does that mean like those sections, like you could just map them one to one, like perfectly, map them enough that you can actually just zap that thought into somebody else's head? I would doubt that.
Oh, almost certainly not, because the thing is the language section of the brain lights up regardless of what language you're speaking, so it's not like specific neurons are controlling English, and therefore like, so there would definitely need to be some kind of translation layer. It's more just the idea of like, could you record a thought and play it back to them? Could you even record a thought and play it back to the same person who had the thought to begin with, or does our brain change that rapidly and dynamically that like literally being in a different state would change it? But the interesting thing I think of is it's been scientifically proven that there's two people in everyone's head, or at least two people in everyone's head, because
what do you mean?
They basically worked out that to treat epilepsy many years ago, when fucking ethics wasn't a thing, they would cut the connecting tissue between the two halves of the brain, because it meant that if you had an epileptic fit, it couldn't spread from one half to the other. So the idea being that to treat the epilepsy, and they're saying these people acted completely normal when they separated this part of the brain, but if you tested them in such a way that one part of the brain could see something and the other half couldn't, they would literally react differently as two separate people. Like you could, but only one of them could speak, because the speech center of the brain is only on one side of the body, which means that only one half could talk, the other half couldn't, but the other half could answer questions. Like I don't know how they communicated to the other half if it couldn't understand language. So language must be split across both halves, but just speech is only on one side. But the idea was you could ask the side that could talk a question and it would talk back to you like normal, but you could ask the other side a question, so it picked up the object, like what's your favorite object, and then ask the speech side why they picked up that object, and they'll just make something up, completely randomly make it up, even though the like right half of the body knows why they picked up is because they were asked to. The left side doesn't. It just makes shit up.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of this experiment. I've heard of these experiments. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing that makes it so that
it rationalizes.
Yeah, rationalize everything away. But the main reason that this proves that there's two people's head, the two people in everybody's head, is when they cut this connection, the right side didn't freak out, which implies that the right side was always a separate entity. Like, it literally doesn't go, oh shit, I can't talk, which means it was never able to talk. It's always been a separate entity helping you along. And
well, it doesn't mean it's like it's separate entity. It's just that like the both halves of your brain are active are in charge of your cognition, and it's just that like one side.
They have to be separate entities, because if you just woke up in the middle of like, just if you suddenly came into being, like think about everything you are. Like imagine if you just woke up and you are laying on a fucking surgical table, and you just had all the memories of your previous life, but like suddenly you're conscious. You'd freak out, wouldn't you? You wouldn't just be like, well, because if you just woke up and couldn't talk, you'd freak out. But the right side of the brain doesn't, which implies that it's still got all the same thoughts and feelings and memories that it. That's fun. Nope, I'm back.
It doesn't.
I disconnected. I lost internet. I don't know why it does that. I think it's Starlink reconnecting to fucking different satellites. The idea is that I've lost my train of thought now. When you wake up, are you a different? Yeah. So do you spontaneously generate consciousness from all your previous memories? Like, are you, when you go to sleep, does your consciousness end? And then when you wake up, you're a brand new consciousness with all the memories of the previous person, which means that you are, for what we would describe, the same person, because you have all the same memories. As in, if you made a cloner that could copy you identically, would that person that it made be you? Because they have exactly the same thoughts, feelings, and memories right up to the point of cloning. And then now they're a separate entity. But they would think that they're the real you, and you think you're the real you, but which is actually the real you? And that's what I'm saying, going to sleep and waking up. And it's the same thing with the two halves of the brain.
Mind-body dualism, right?
I don't know if it's got a technical fancy name, but that does sound right.
Yeah, like the idea that like we are not just our physical form. Like there's something, even if it's not metaphysical, like some sort of emergent property.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm arguing the opposite of that. That there is nothing beyond
your physical. Yeah, you're just your synapses.
It's more like
the same thing.
It's more like consciousness is an emergent property. It's sort of like how ChatGPT got really smart, but ChatGPT is nothing but a sequence of numbers that just by pure like happenstance, these sequence of numbers are really good at predicting the next word in a sentence, and somehow that lets you make something that has a tangible sense of intelligence. It's where I find it bizarre that some people think that AI will never reach the level of human intelligence, and I'm like, you do realize that like there's nothing special about us. Like obviously a lot of people are religious and they believe there's a god and souls and shit. I'm like, no, like there is no reason that our fleshy brains can do something that computers can't. And even if there was some kind of weird quirk that only works with carbon-based physics and doesn't work in silicon, we'll just take the smallest possible amount of that we can physically reduce it down to, and we'll stick that on a chip. And then we'll talk to that with silicon. Because already we can interface with people, just not at a very high resolution, but we can interface directly with people's minds. Like, you can make a robot arm that responds to the person's thoughts.
But okay, here's the thing. I think there's two different things. One is like, can we versus will we? I don't think we will. I think we can. I think it's hypothetical.
Oh, yeah, so you think physically it's possible, but whether technology will get there or not before we wipe ourselves out.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say it's like a before we wipe ourselves out thing. I'm not rolling the dice. I don't think we're gonna discover the patterns necessary to make human-like intelligence. Maybe
trust me, if it's possible, we will do it. Yeah, that's the other argument is and this is my thing that I find the most annoying. This person in chat said I'd consider myself highly capable rather than intelligent. That's me as well. When people say I'm intelligent, I'm like, no, I'm not intelligent. Like I'm smart, book smart, like smart, but I'm not intelligent in that like I can't actually do a lot of things that people think that I should be able to do, because to me it's like facts and figures are easy to remember, that kind of thing. Whereas smart to me is like being able to apply the facts and information to a real thing.
Well, you are smart. You're just not necessarily very smart by comparison, potentially.
No, to me.
You gotta at least be.
I'm smart. I'm smart like ChatGPT smart. I have the ability to regurgitate.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, I can regurgitate information that I've previously absorbed, But I tend to struggle with though my boss seems to think differently, because I like on my performance review one time, my ability to apply information I learned somewhere else to what I'm learning now, apparently really good. But it's also that weird thing of I keep running into people that are incredibly stupid, and then I realize how stupid people can be. Like, to me, people will do shit and I'm like, you are a fucking dumb cunt for doing that. But then I realize that they just actually don't know any better, and then I do feel smart sometimes. But it scares me sometimes, really does. But the idea is like, I don't have the ability to connect the dots like some people can. Like, I can't go from high level concept down to what actually needs to be done, but I'm really good at doing that low level shit of like, this is the task, get it done. And the issue is that if I don't have that low level task, I flounder around not doing anything because I'm aimless.
I don't really know what that means, honestly, because like, okay, so he said that you could apply your knowledge, you know, to task, right? And like apply to, he said like, they whatever said you can apply knowledge that wasn't directly immediately obvious. So then yes, you can. Clearly somebody has noticed it, unless they're just jerking you off because they're like,
well, it's like it's one of those weird things. It's in my head. I can't do it, but obviously it's a skill that I have. It's where I think a lot of people say that I'm really smart because I have that ability. But that's more or less the only ability I have. Like, I lack a lot of the ability to do what some people can do. Mostly just motivate myself to do shit is what I lack the most of. But like, I have this ability to listen to what someone says and tell them why it's bullshit, because I understand how the topic applies to each other. Like, my brother gets really pissy at me because he'll be like, oh, you don't actually know, you've just watched one YouTube video. I'm like, no, because what you're saying doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't matter what some fucking YouTuber told you, it makes no sense. That doesn't mean I'm not susceptible to false information, but it means that, like, when someone says something to me, I can immediately be like, that doesn't make any sense, and usually give them a counter example.
You think about it and you have enough information to make some inferences.
Yeah.
So you make inferences, but like, it's a...
What it boils down to, though, is it means that and people really hate that, I'm really good at telling you why you're wrong, but not very good at telling you what the right answer is. It's that kind of concept of, I can tell you that you're wrong because what you're saying doesn't make any goddamn sense. But I can't tell you what the right answer is because all I know is what you're saying doesn't make sense, not what the actual case may be. And so my brother does fucking forging and metallurgy, and he's saying, oh, I'm doing this. I'm like, but that's not why that's working. Like, I'm like, that makes no sense. Like, he's explaining like some alloy or something. It's like, that doesn't make any sense because that should not work. And he goes, oh, but it does. And so you don't know because it does. All these people are doing it for years. But I'm like, no, but it's the equivalent of the Japanese putting the bones of their enemies in their fucking swords because it made them stronger. They thought it was because they were stealing the fucking warrior spirit. In reality, they were adding carbon to their steel. It's like, that's what they were doing. But I'm going like, what you're explaining makes no fucking sense. So that's not what's going on. I'm not saying there's not some mechanism going on that method of doing it isn't productive. I'm saying what you've just explained to me is not what's going on. That's something you've heard from a YouTuber who doesn't know what they're talking about, but may know how to forge, but they do not understand the underlying chemistry or the physics or whatever's going on, because that makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah, okay, so now that analogy makes it much more understandable what you actually mean. Because before it was a little bit too vague, but now I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. Like, some people have domain-specific knowledge that doesn't require them to have the underlying, you know, as you mentioned, the underlying details. Yeah. They just need to know the higher level. Combine A and B. They don't need to know why combining A and B works.
Yeah,
and like a lot of A could be superfluous. You just need the one portion of A, and then you're good. But they just think A and B smashed together.
Well, it's that idea of because my mum's all about the alternative medicine shit, and I'm saying, well, if it's alternative medicine, it doesn't work because by definition, if it works, it's just medicine. Yeah, like, the whole definition of alternative medicine is things that don't work but people treat as medicine. Because, you know, there's all these, but like, you know, old herbal medicines, and then they found out there was an active ingredient. I'm like, yeah, exactly. So it wasn't an alternative medicine. It was just yet to be understood medicine. Alternative medicine is shit that we could actively prove doesn't work. Like, I think it's homeopathy, which is like cures like. The idea is, if you have a chemical that causes headaches and you dilute it and you take that, it'll cure headaches. And so instead of poisoning yourself, they'll dilute it down in like, 1 drop in a liter of water, and then you take 1 drop of that liter of water into another liter of water, and they dilute it like 100 million times or something stupid like that.
Ridiculous.
To the point that
there was something to it, it wouldn't be enough of that chemical to actually if it was like a venom, right? Antivenom, right? Isn't it like a deactivated or some shit like that?
No,
right?
antivenoms work differently. You're thinking vaccine.
Viruses, right?
No, vaccines work by giving you either a weakened, deactivated, or like just a single protein slice of a thing, so your own immune system builds a response. Antivenoms are fucking weird. Antivenoms is that they go get a snake, they get its venom, and they go to a horse, and they fucking stab it with a horse and inject all the venom into the horse, which are much better at making antibodies to fight the venom than we are. And then they go... give the horse like an hour or whatever it takes for the horse to build these antibodies, and then they go steal all the blood from the horse, and then they spin all the shit that's not antibodies out, and they give you horse antibodies that are designed to fight that specific venom. So antivenoms are actually made from the venom that they are antivenoms for, and will basically the immune system of a horse that they inject you with. Doesn't necessarily have to be a horse, but I think they mostly use horses. And also no plans to do networked with the RuneScape clone. I would love to, but the biggest issue I have with networking is that I'd need to set up kind of a sort of server, and I don't understand servers enough to do that safely, that I won't get fucking doxxed by my own stupidity. And also just like, I'd want to set up on my own machine rather than hiring one, because otherwise there's a good chance that it might explode and then I'd bankrupt myself. Because like 1 million people tried to use my fucking service to something, or I didn't lock something down, and then people were just using it for random shit. Yeah. But
yeah, like
antivenoms are weird. They're bizarre as shit. That's why you need to know what snake bit you.
This is one of those scenarios where I'm like, oh yeah, there's this information I probably would have intuited that. Oh yeah, I kind of know a little something, but then like, no, I forgot all about it. But then I had to like try to explain it to you to be corrected. Like, oh wait, no, that's not how it works. I'm thinking I was mistaking antivenom for fucking vaccine. God damn.
The weird thing about antivenoms, because they talk about antivenoms are not good for you at all, because you are in fact introducing a you are basically injecting yourself with like a foreign body. Like you're going to have an immune response to the antivenom, because it's literally like horse blood that they're jabbing you with. So they want to know exactly what snake bit you, because antivenoms themselves can do a lot of damage. So they want to know the correct antivenom to give you, because the idea is that they're giving you a different poison that'll fix the one that's going to kill you, and instead replace it with one that's going to make you quite sick.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I think a lot of the antibodies are deactivated when they bond, which means that if you actually have the right venom in your body, the venom will deactivate the antivenom as much as the antivenom deactivates the normal venom, and so they kind of cancel each other out if you get the right two. But if you get the wrong two, now you've just got 2 poisons in your blood.
Yeah, hold on. I actually have to get off now, but it was nice chatting with you, bro.
Yeah, it's good fun. Always interesting to have a chat with you. We'll work on that video sometime. Run some ideas past you, that kind of thing.
Yeah, man. Let me know.
Yep. All right.
Peace.
Cheers. All right. Now the question is, will I actually get anything done? What the fuck is Discord decided to do? Yeah. So basically, you demand trees. All right, we'll work on the trees. So the first thing we're going to do is probably add a structure. Like we'll add the plugin, and this will be what sets up the tree. So we need our app, and then new app show, and then we're going to fm spawn. And this is a test tree. All right. So a test tree, and then we go. We need our commands and our asset server, and then we go res And that's the problem with people coming in the Discord, is that I do end up getting distracted. Okay, and then we go commands.spawn. So we need a mesh 3D. That is going to be, no, just scene. Scene. I think it's scene root. Scene root. We go and we go asset server.load. So we want tree, in text, tree dot glb scene 0. All right, then we need to make sure we add systems startup, and then we need a spawn test. Oh, test tree. Like so. Go upper level to terrain. We'll just name you mod and move you in there just to keep repository trash neat. Okay. I don't think this has its a plugin system, so we'll just go mod. No. Plugin. App. App. And we say app dot add plugin. Object. Whoops. You whoopsie. Not out of event. Objects. Plugin. Like so. Like so. Like so. And then we come back up here. We should probably work out whatever part of terrain. This one. Maybe some cats sleeping on the antenna. I hope I haven't like dropped out alive again. The fucking bitrate's fucking atrocious. I don't know what it is with Starlink. It just went to shit for some reason. I probably added more people to the network or something stupid like that. It's interesting. I hope I'm still alive. Alright, so cloud. Nope. Australia, almost summer, not a cloud in the fucking sky. Most likely it's because it's Australia and there's only like 3 base stations in my entire state, so there's a good chance that they may have just added more people to the map or whatever, and to the base station is not as free as it used to be. Because for a while there, it was like there was only like a few hundred people and that was it. But now it's probably a few thousand people all sharing the same technical bandwidth, because Starlink satellites don't yet communicate with each other. They communicate only with the dish and then the ground, which means that the ground station is the bottleneck. There's no way to transmit faster. And it's why there was a whole bunch of rules about how many people could be on it. And then when they added the portable one, everyone was like, "Oh, I couldn't get 5 minutes." Oh no. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. So when they released like the RV version, people were buying the RV version and using it on their house. And it's like, no, there's a reason we weren't letting you get it for your house, and it's because there was already too many people in that area. I didn't think it used the laser stuff yet. Like the version 2 satellites, I think are the first version, like, and they've only just started launching them. Admittedly, maybe I'm a bit out of date, because again, like, when I was looking at this stuff, it was like 2022. But it was all the ones that back then had no lasers at all. Like it was all just Elon Musk saying shit about how they were going to work. And then the version 2 satellites were launched with the lasers, but they weren't functional. Like, well, they hadn't written the stuff. Like, yeah, they were for testing. They weren't actually like built into the system. Like, it wasn't like a network of lasers like he was claiming. It was, they could do testing because it physically had the hardware for it, but they were still just talking to the base station. And I'm pretty sure the reason they can work in the Pacific is basically there's certain islands, and also you'll probably find that certain things would let it because in theory they could make the satellites talk to ground other satellites, like I want to say geostationary, like normal internet satellites, and therefore connect that way. But you end up with really bad ping. So it's like, I wouldn't surprise me if they work in the middle of the Pacific, but they're not going to be as fast as the ones that talk just straight to ground station, because they have to be doing something else. Whereas Elon Musk's laser idea is, one, light travels twice as fast in a vacuum than it does in air, which means that firing the lasers in space literally reduces the ping versus using fiber optic cables on the ground. Maybe it's in glass versus in vacuum. But it's like the idea was that the ping could be half because the laser comms would actually work faster in space. Right. Okay. So I guess I'm just fucking out of date on shit, because I swear last time I heard about it, like the laser stuff was all still technically experimental. We had add systems update, and then we want to. I think technically laser comms would be more reliable once it's set up. It's one of those chicken and egg kinds of things. Laser comms is, nobody wants to develop the technology because it's really expensive, and the biggest upside is when the technology is widespread, and nobody's going to widespread the technology until everyone's got it. But laser comms would be more reliable purely because if you've made contact, you've got contact, whereas RF tends to have that issue. RF is radio frequency, so it's not. They're all EM communications, but the RF is just shouting into the void, and you hope they shout back. Whereas laser comms, you can send way more data. You can be assured that they're receiving your data much more reliably, all that kind of stuff, just because it's really high bandwidth. Whereas RF runs into limitations. It also gets absorbed by everything. So like laser comms is like, if you can see them, they're getting your message because you're literally shining a laser onto them. Whereas RF is like, for all you know, there's a slightly denser pocket of air that's deflecting your waves somewhere else entirely. So it's purely just that RF is an established technology. Yeah, it is true line of sight. But in theory, you can tell if they're getting your comm if you're using visible laser, or at least a laser that your camera can pick up, just by the bounce back of the laser. You know, I can tell if a red dot's hitting the spot on the other side because the red dot laser. But yeah, like technically all the other ones are line of sight as well. It's just a weird thing of like, I guess a lot of things are transparent to radio frequencies, but also just like a lot of the time when you're doing further than line of sight, it's because you're bouncing it off the atmosphere, which is the equivalent of putting a laser, putting a mirror up there and shining a laser and being like, oh, it's still line of sight. Is that the sky becomes a big reflector. Yeah, well, if there's a black hole in the path of your laser, you would see the absence of light. That's what I'm saying. Like, again, I'm just picturing more of like, if you had a laser pointer and you were pointing it at someone and communicating with Morse code, you could physically tell that they were receiving your message because you would see the laser pointer bouncing off of their receiver. Admittedly, if they had a perfect receiver, it wouldn't do that. But also, you don't need a perfect receiver. It's purely the bandwidth, though. I think what makes laser comms the future is that we just have this obsessive need for and almost. I invested in a space laser comms. Okay. You know the technology that I wanted to invest in because I think it'd be really cool, but I'm like, I can't be bothered tracking down the companies. Is nuclear batteries, and I want one for no other reason than I want to put one in my watch so that my watch will never go flat. Like because the watch batteries are already insane, and since like I got a watch like 15 odd years ago with a 10-year battery life, and then it went flat one day, and I was like, oh. Funnily enough, I'd stopped wearing it by that point and was wearing an identical copy of the same watch, which then went flat. I changed the battery, and then it was no longer waterproof, and it died. But the idea being that, like, they already get 10 years out of just the general normal chemistry battery. I'm like, I want a watch that I can put on, like a digital watch, because like having just a self-winding mechanical watch, that takes the fun out of it. But I want a watch that, like, for the rest of my life, that battery will not go flat. The watch will always be running. Admittedly, you probably want a sophisticated enough watch that it never loses time either, because the biggest issue with my wristwatches is that they tend to drift by 2 or 3 minutes over the course of a year. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, rechargeable battery is not the same as my watch is powered by a tiny nuclear cell. Admittedly, the way nuclear batteries work, from what I understand, is that they have a tiny piece of radioactive material and then they surround it with solar panels. And the radioactive decay powers the solar panels. They use they're called beta voltaic cells, which is basically just the electrons that get fired out of the radioactive decay cause the electrons in the other material to escape, and therefore you generate a current based on the electron decay. But yeah, it's the concept of, like, having a watch that I never have to take off for the rest of my life would just be an interesting concept to me. Something that I would really enjoy having. But what I've seen, all the nuclear batteries are nowhere near that level of sophistication yet. They're like, yes, we trap some radioactive material in tiny diamonds, and so technically it makes picovolts of power or something, picoamps. No, it's fine. It's all trapped inside tiny diamonds. That's the other cool thing. The tiny radioactive diamond is how they make them. They're like, they get, I think it's carbon-14 is the radioactive material that they use, which has a half-life of like 12,000 years or 14,000 years or something. And so they make a tiny diamond out of that and then case that in normal diamond, which absorbs all the radiation. And also, I think they must dope that diamond with something that then makes it a semiconductor. So the whole apparatus itself is a tiny solar cell that is powered by the tiny amount of radioactive carbon in the center of the diamond. Like, it just conceptually sounds awesome. But you're right, like, being like, oh yeah, my watch is powered by a tiny nuclear reactor does sound scary. That's kind of half the fun, isn't it? I'll here and say it's terrain plugin. No, terrain. Refactoring plugin. It's called a waterproof watch. They already exist. That's what I'm saying. My last watch had a 10-year battery life, and it lasted 12 years, I think, was what I got out of it. It was waterproof. That's what I'm saying. It was when I changed the battery, I didn't bother with paying the extra yeah, I didn't want to pay the extra $50 for my I think the watch cost me $15 when I bought it. And it was like, it was going to cost $50 to get it certified back to being waterproof. And I was kind of like, yeah, nah. And then I think within 3 months of having the battery changed, there was all this like water inside it, like little drops of water were fogging up the glass from the inside. And it was kind of like, yeah, I don't think this is going to work much longer. And then one day I looked at it and it just wasn't on. Like, and I was kind of like, yeah, no, I think she's dead, because unlikely that it went through an entire battery in 3 months. Yeah, it was kind of a weird thing. Anyway, we must put on that test tree and have a look and see if we can find it. I have no idea what scale the tree is going to be. I feel like it's going to be really, really big. Mostly because when I was making it in Blender, I didn't. Yeah. It's a very big tree. The question is, where is the ground? Is the tree that big that it's got? No, the tree is not that. Where the fuck happened to the ground though? Did I not? Oh, I probably didn't add the rest of the functionality. Oh no, this is supposed to be startup. Is that why you? No, there should be an update. The fuck have I done? Oh, fuck knows where the train went. What did I break? So, what did I take it out? I took out an update. Yeah, so add train mesh was an update. What the fuck? It was literally working. Right? That was just update. Update, which is with raycast, move entity, and update cells. I don't know what this TAA is. Go to that. Okay, weird. Let's see. Raycasting, moving entities. I don't know what I've done that's broken it. That's the issue. Like, nothing's debugging anything. They're all saying failed to find path, but it's to be expected, isn't it? Update cells. That updates the map, which is fine. Spawn map. Terrain and seed and I don't know why you're putting cell in it. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because I'm raycasting the cells and I'm lazy. I forgot about that. Move entity, random move. Okay. Is it just not running? Generate biome map. Add train mesh. Well, first off, you just reference cell assets, don't you? Oh, no. No, correct, because I didn't move you, I just moved what calls you. You are getting info. Run. Like, I don't know why it stopped working. I don't know what I changed. That's an interesting conundrum. How to find path, but oh no, there's the terrain. I changed nothing. I bet you I saved the file. It would be that I added this line of code but didn't save it. That's why it wasn't. Okay, so we just have a fuck off big tree now. The tree is it's way too big, so we'll go into Blender and we'll scale it down to being like maybe 30% the size, and then we'll re-export it. Okay. And then we go back and run that again, and we see what happened. There we go. Hello, and small tree, please. Okay, small tree. It is underground, but that is fine. The tree is no longer massive. Okay. So next, I guess we should add our terrain generation, and in our biomes we should have like a biome rule, be a biome thing. So I think biome should probably be an asset. This is gonna be a vector that consists of an F32 and do it at the same that right. And then this should just be object chance, and this is gonna be vector. Yes. Okay, and then up here we need to somehow specify is it make mesh? No, isn't it? No? Make mesh passes everything in, maybe? No. Oh, here we go. Biomes. So object chance is going to be just a vec. You're going to need access to the asset server, which is annoying. So it's probably not the best place to. Yeah, we'll go to that. This I feel like should be an asset for some reason. Like that. Doesn't implement type path, why not? Oh, because it needs reflect, doesn't it? Like so. No? I just need to say type path? Is it just a thing that no? Yeah? No? Okay. Yeah, conflicting implementations. Okay. Bizarre. Alright. Make them assets, because then I can pass biome data around without it being stupid. Interesting. Don't mind this. Anyway, that's the future stuff. We need to implement tree generating code. Oh, that's what we would. Right. So we're gonna go biomes, which is going to be a reference to an assets for biome, like that. That's what I was planning to do, because then the idea being that we'll need all of these at some point, so I don't want to get rid of them. Like so, X that, and then you just get a reference. You just get biomes. And then we say generate map. Generate map is going to be the same thing. We need this to be a... Wait. No. That's correct. So you generate these rules, but then the biome in biome rules needs to be changed to a handle to a biome. Handle. Biome. Like that. And then again, we'll still want all the biomes. So if we make this a mutable reference, not the best way. Well, in the future, I'm going to change this to... I guess technically you wouldn't even need that. You could just use assets. Implement that. I don't know how to do that. Biome, we'll go like here, and I'll try and implement. So what I'm going to try and do is come up with a way of getting biome handles from strings. And so the idea is, well, I guess we'll just hash the string, and then we'll use that as the UUID and then generate that. So, well, I guess technically it's going to be biome that we want to implement. I'm going to import biome. I'm going to say get handle, which is going to return a handle to a biome like so, and it's going to take its name, and it's going to be anything that imports to as ref. So, right, anything that can be a reference string. Right. So then we're going to say let new hasher equals std hash default hasher new, and then we say name.asref.hash hasher like so, and then we say handle weak asset ID UUID, and then we say UUID. How do I get a UUID? Bevy utils UUID. No. UUID Somewhere there's a UUID thing. Don't tell me I have to use the actual crate UUID. That seems boring. UUID equals. Well, surely the type UUID exists, and I can just fucking do that, right? Like, right? Like, why can I not get access to the UUID? That's the ID UUID. Where are you coming from? Just the crate UUID, aren't you? Yep. Weird. I don't know why I have no way of accessing that. But yeah, okay. Well, we'll just include the UUID crate, and then we're gonna go back to here, and we're just gonna say UUID. Wait, where'd this come from? From, and then we're gonna say hasher.finish as U128. There we go. Oh, we just, yeah, handle weak. Alright, so, you know, you should get a handle for anything that influences. And then see map.push. Okay. Biome rule. What do you so when we generate map? You need to be a handle of biomes like so. And then you are just going to be biomes get from handle void. That should work. Okay, cool. And then you do the same thing because you just clone the handle in there, and then these are all going to be I still want the information. See, the issue with that is now make texture needs to be able to access a biome map as well. Okay, like that. Oh, you don't need to mute, just access the asset. I'm gonna go to here and add biomes, which is just gonna take in assets. Res. That's no. Just a new referenced assets. Biome. And then here we're gonna say assets. Now we need the handles as well. We'll return a vector of handle biome. Okay. Let mute out equals a new vector, like so. So this is just going to hold all our handles, like a reference to our handles, so that they don't unload as soon as this function returns. Out dot push assets. Oh, wrong way. Assets dot add, and then all of these. Except we don't want all of these, we just want the biomes in each of these. So, no, we need to insert too. Damn it. Insert. Like that. So then we would need to go, ID would be biome from get handle. And then your grass. Now it's capital G grass, which is weird. And then you just do that. Okay, and then you do that. There you go. Does that work? No, an extra closing brace. So, all right, and then we can copy, paste. Okay, so you would be water, and then we need to paste water in. Oh, sorry for all the background noise. So yeah, sorry for the interruption. Hopefully the noise will quiet down now. Okay. Okay, so grass, and then paste that in. And then this is sand. Okay. Mountain. Mountain. Okay, and then we need mountain snow, which is Control C. Place that mountain snow, mountain snow. Okay, okay. Okay, and then we return out. Right. So I think we need to go .id on these. Yep. .id. Okay, because for whatever reason you can't just insert it with a handle. You have to insert the actual ID, which I think is Bevy, I think, trying to intentionally stop you from doing what I'm doing, which is generating a handle and then grabbing its ID, but he's end up doing this anyway. When in reality you should be generating the ID like in a way that doesn't require you to generate the handle, because a strong handle and a weak handle are two separate things, but they share an ID, so it's all a convoluted mess really. I'm inserting them. Okay. Well, that's weird because I'm giving you a weak handle though. Assets dot get, no. Get strong. Handle. Upgrades an asset ID into a strong handle. That will prevent asset dropping. Returns none if the asset is not part of the assets collection. For example, if it has been dropped earlier. Okay. I don't think they'll drop immediately. So annoyingly, I need to go like this. This. And then we need to go Biome to go handle ID. Like that. Okay, that is atrocious. So you do that on all of these. This is becoming way more convoluted than I was hoping. This is what I get for making things up as I go. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I think I'm pasting these in the wrong spot. I want to push sand, and I want to get mountain, and push mountain, and then push mountain side. Okay. Mountain, mountain, mountain. Sand, sand, sand. Grass, grass. Nope, that says water. Water. Okay. And then we need to get rid of the push here. Okay. Get that push. Clean that up. Get rid of that push. Clean that up. Get rid of that push. Clean that up. So I kind of wish Bevy would return a strong handle when you insert with a handle so that you can actually do that. Anyway. And now I need to unwrap them all. They should all exist because I literally just added them. Victor? Now you have a problem because make texture needs access to assets. biomes, which is a res asset biome, like so, and then you just give a reference to our biomes. So I don't need all this stuff printing out, thank you. Okay, we don't apparently use any of the assets anymore, so we should probably get rid of that. Okay. So you aren't using biomes because at some point, how do I calculate your color? Biome. Okay. Well, first off, biome here, biome map. You're not you're vector to a handle of biomes. Like so. Right, and then each of these gets replaced with biome get handle, your grass. Then your water. Sand. Oop, nope, I pasted instead of copying. Oh, no, copied instead of pasted. Okay. Sand. This is where it's probably a good idea to swap over to using asset loading. Mountain, this one's snow. Right, so we have all these biome rules using the specific biomes. Okay, so then we need to say let some biome equal biomes dot get double dot get biome dot id. So else error warn biome not loaded. Continue. Okay, and then biome. Okay, so do that. So down here, do I use these? No. So let's just get rid of those. I think I use move cost. Surely, yeah, move cost. So we need to. This needs to take in a. Oh, we already got biomes. Okay, cool. So we say let some biome equals biomes dot get biome like so, and then else continue. We need to error this though. One biome not loaded. And continue. Okay. Like so. Okay. So now everything works. Again, we just need to make sure that in our plugin we initialize a resource called like biomes. So we need a struct. That's a resource. Derive. Resource. Struct biomes. Not static, struct. Biomes, and this is going to be a vector to handles. Handle biome. So then we import from world world biomes. Okay, so what this is doing is we're going to keep a vector of the strong handles to our load biomes, and then we need from world so that at startup we can create our biomes. Then I think we'll just take this add biomes function. We cut that out because it's not really the best place for that to be. Instead it goes in here, and instead of this we go well, out can stay. It's this, we replace this with let asset equal world.resmute asset biome. So we get our assets from the world, then we add them all, and then right at the end here we say biomes out, it's returning itself like so. We need to get assets mutably apparently because we're no longer using the reference from what cool. And then up here we go we need to first things first add asset, right? Is it register asset init asset. So we initialize the asset biome, and then we init resource biomes like so. So that should load all of our assets, and then everything should work exactly the same as it did before, except terrain needs something new. Terrain needs access to the biomes. There's assets biome. Boom. Okay, except we need to terrain. So inside terrain, biomes is not public. Or biome is public. Biome. Wait, do you need access to it? Why we? I thought we stopped using it. Yeah, you no longer need access to it. Ignore me. I changed to using fixed handles. Cool. Hopefully, this all goes well enough that I can still access. Well, it also loads because there's a chance that it's just not going to. Mostly because I'm right in this fucking on the edge of my seat, just flying along. Something didn't work. Something worked. Okay. Hey, look at that. Everything's exactly the same, which is what we expect. Okay, cool. Probably don't need to be printing about error failed to find path all the time, but anyway. So that's a terrain, spawning our terrain. The main reason I did this, like the reason this all links back to trees, is when we spawn our map, generate map. Nope. It's add terrain. Okay. Well, this no longer needs to be public, so it's fine. Biome, asset biome. When we do that, we need to add the biome handle. Handle. Okay. Biome handle.clone. So, is it going to work? No. It's not a bundle. I thought handles... Did they change that? Handles are no longer... biome... Cell. Struct... Handle... Biome. This is stupid. Derive... Component. I was hoping I could just stick the fucking handle on it, but apparently that's no longer the case. I don't like that they've done that. That's an annoying change in order to prevent people from using the old handles the way they were using them. Like specifically to trigger error warnings on people that were using old code. Because I would still like to just be able to stick handles on things, but you obviously can't derive component on something that you didn't make, which means that handle error component I can't actually implement component on. Yeah, so transform. So is the biome, I guess, and then we're going to say, in our objects, okay, so we're going to go, it's RNG trees. Okay, so this is going to query cells. The query for biome cell, added biome cell. So when the biome first spawns, we're going to say we need its entity as well. Entity, we need the command, so command. So okay. Here's my struct tree. Oh, page. Okay, so we need a query for entities like this. We need not added biome, and then we say for entity cell in mute cells. Not mute cells, just cells. So we also need to get the access to the biome, which is then a actually technically we don't, because we can just see if cell equals so cell dot 0 equals biome from get handle sand. Admittedly, this will end up with palm trees in the desert, but that's what we get for calling it sand and not beach. But anyway, if cell.0 equals biome get handle sand, we want to go commands.entity dot with children p dot spawn scene the asset server asset server dot load tree dot gl glb hash scene 0 okay like that okay. Right, you need to do that. No, what did I do wrong? You right, and you go there like that. This. Oh, you keep removing that? No, I don't know what the fuck your problem is. Spawn that bundle. Scene root, right? Scene root. Okay. And then we need to say and we want to make it consistent, which is annoying because we need access to go to the terrain and feed. Which is just going to be I think it's a U32 I was using for the seed. So when we say terrain new. We do all this and then we say seed. So, alright, and then down here when we're doing this, we're gonna grab. I don't actually know because we don't really want to be using the seed. Maybe we would just grab it. Transform. And then we say then we say let RNG equal rand. Just trying to make it pick RNGs. So basically, when we get to a cell, I want it to randomly, based on the seed, select whether this gets to be a tree or not. Seed RNG from seed, and then the seed. The seed is going to be id equals pos dot as IVEC. Dot translation. Translation dot as IVEC 3 seed equals pos dot x XORed with pos dot y XORed with pos dot z. I have no idea if this is going to give me an actual random number. I feel like this is going to have a lot of repeating numbers. Anyway, doesn't really matter. It's a seed. Seed. Not pos, ID. Put the wrong thing in. I did. Okay. Then we will finally have trees randomly spawning. This is a terrible way of doing this. I really be doing this differently. Might have to rip the whole thing up, start again after we've done this, but I want to get something working that's actually related to the title, and then we'll work from there. I thought you could. As you. Okay, and then we say RNG dot genbool what? Probability 10%. There you go. You need to be mutable because apparently every time I sample you change. Okay. So this needs to run on update. So dot add system update. So only when the cell is added do we actually do that. But that should well, we need to add scene root. We also need to add tree and a scale of 0. Oh god. So apparently 10% is fairly common. Okay. Well, I guess 10% is a big number. We should probably make it like more like 1%. 1%, please. 1% chance of tree. Then we want to go to tree. So we need to spawn the scene root. So, what did it complain about? Like, what was all the errors? The inherit visible component has apparent without inherit. Okay. Weird. Okay, so is that not how we do that? All right. Like that. Except you're not supposed to be square braces. You're curly braces. Parentheses like that. Okay. We have a scene root. We need a transform from scale vec3 splat 0.01 tree with an age of 0 and I don't know, does it get inherited visibility? Visibility. Now, what are you fucking bitching about? Tree. Tree is not a component. Derive component. Alright, tree. Tree. Age is 0. Okay. We'll add a grow function. So fn grow tree. So we need a time, which is res time. So we're going to be getting the time of the clock. We use the delta time to increase the age of the trees every frame. So trees. If anything, we should probably add a different component age and then say tree with age. Purely so that... Actually, yeah, that is a better way of doing it, because it means that we can add just a generic age function. So tree is our marker struct, and then we say derive, requires requires age, right? And then we'll go derive component struct age as an F32, like so. Okay. Age. Okay. And then you also derive default, not debug default. All right. So age defaults to 0. So apply age. So apply age is going to take in so we're going to query for mute age. I'm going to go time, which is res time. The idea here is we're going to make it so that like it's much more modular. This is the idea of an object-oriented language. Well, object-oriented design is, instead of saying a tree and a tree has an age, we're saying tree is a marker, age is something about the tree. And the fact that age will increment every single frame, we don't care what it is, tree, anything, age will be incremented every single frame. So this means that anytime I want something that has tracks since it was born or since something age, I can just add it and automatically the age will be incremented. Plus equals time.delta seconds. Can't very good. And there will be no need to like make sure that I'm aging trees up. Anything that I chuck the age component on will age up. And then up the top, just because I am doing a terrible job of explaining things, we have the tree component, which is just a marker. It just says this is a tree for any specifically tree-related stuff. And then tree requires an age component, which means that if we insert tree and we don't add anything, and we don't add the age, it'll automatically add the default age, which will be 0. And so it means we don't have to remember to add age to our trees to make them automatically age up. So we say trees, and so this is going to be a query for mute transform. We no longer need time in here because okay, we need our transform. We also need our age, and then with tree. So then it's saying, as you can see, we're going to request the age of our trees by specifying that with tree to the specific marker, so that this doesn't apply to everything with an age, because the trees will have a specific like rate that they grow. so I need to unwrap this into pos and age, and then we go if age is less than 10, pos.scale equals age dot 0 times by 0.1. Okay, so in scale we'll need to go vec3 splat. Okay, so we're going to set the scale, and then else, actually technically we don't do anything, but because once the age gets above 10 the tree will stop growing. So basically we're scaling the age by 10 down, which is what multiplying by 0.1 does. And then we're done. Okay, so we need to add 2 more systems. So this is update. So RNG trees. We're going to grow trees. And we're going to age. What do I call it? Apply age. Really applying age should probably be done on Delta, but then, like a pre-update one. Update age. Okay. So now it takes 10 seconds for a tree to grow. And I don't know why we're turning this into like a RuneScape, the survival game. Maybe it's because I'm just fan of survival games, so I'm just starting to make them. Okay, the trees should slowly be growing. The issue is it's been longer than 10 seconds, so they're all grown already. What if we make it take like a full minute for a tree to grow? So objects, and we go well, times by 0, 1, less than 100. Okay, takes almost 2 minutes for a tree to grow. Like so. Alrighty, and we now have trees. Where are our trees? Trees. Well, this is the issue with this. Also, I don't think I'm scaling them, so the trees could very well be underground. No, because the position is correct. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm setting them as children, which means that they should be growing from the corner of the cell. Okay, so they are in fact slightly floating, but that's fine. Okay. So next, I kind of want to just add like a context menu for like right clicking. So I guess that'd be main, and we get like UI. How did our raycast work? So just it's event reader pointer click. Okay. Mod UI. Okay. So we need our right click menu. We're gonna spawn our right click menu. So we're gonna go use Bevy preload. Alright, so we need our preload. Then we're gonna say component RIG click menu. So we're gonna always have the right click menu. Okay. So, we're going to plug in. As I'm trying to, again, design things by the cuff, which is not the best approach. Spawn. Add system. Add. Let's start up. And you'll be spawn. Right. Click. Menu. Okay. So do that. Then we need to go and then spawn right click menu. This just takes in mute commands. Alright. Anyway, so commands dot spawn. The worrying thing with this is I don't actually know how to make the right click menu. I think when I do the click, I can position the menu to where I clicked. Just working over it. I just ran over with my chair. I don't know how they changed it. So we're gonna go like, is it a node? What would I normally spawn? I'd normally spawn a. I guess it's just a node. What does a node require? Yeah. So can we dot default u and then say width 200 val pixel no percent pixels 200 height pixels no, you should just be auto and then defaulting everything else color maybe. That's the question, isn't it? So UI no, but how do I set what color you are? So we need to UI again. All right. Move. Right click. So click. Okay. Yeah, so for click in clicks.read if click dot button equals pointer button secondary. I guess we're gonna say does not equal and then continue. Okay, then we don't have to else it. Let me see. Mute menu. So this is going to be event reader. No, this is going to be a query. Mute transform with right click menu root. Okay, so let okay. Menu equals menu dot get single mute. Actually, we're just gonna call single mute because I'd rather it crashed than to like not work. No way something's working. So let menu equals that. Okay. So then we say a menu dot translation equals click dot pointer location dot position dot extend 10. I should draw it on top. Okay. They should draw the menu on top no matter what. So we need to add systems update. Okay. Right click. So when I right click, the issue with this is I suspect it's not going to render the node because I think I'm missing something that sets the color. Like I don't think you have a color. Maybe the background, left, right. I hope is to see something in the middle of the screen. I don't, so. Color. Background color, this is its own thing. Reflect. Derive. So can I just stick background color in? I said background color. Is that going to make you visible? I don't think so. That's the issue, is I don't know how to make UI nodes in this particular version. The bigger issue is I don't know if it would show up on the 3D camera, so it's not a sprite bundle we want. Image bundle? What does image bundle get replaced with? Okay, what do you say to replace image bundle with? Image bundle is instead UI image will insert the other components required. Okay, so if we say UI image, like so, we find out what do you actually insert. UI image size, constant size. It's not rect, is it? Yeah, I don't think you have component. Default program, okay. No. UI rect? Nope, that's not it either. I have no idea what I need. So is it with size? Okay. Should probably go to the example of UI image. So you have UI image size. Yeah. Okay. Outline. Adds an outline outside the edge of the UI node. Outline do not take up space in the layout. Background color. Placement error. Grid placement. Computed node. Nope. So it's not a computed UI node. So we're in Bevy UI. Table widgets. Button image label text. I don't want just a blank image, so I don't actually know how. Because I would have just thought a node, but the issue with that is it's not rendering anything. And the issue is I won't know if it's rendering anything. So just grab the asset server like so, and then we'll load the test thing. So we go asset server dot load characters text take use / color map dot png. So what do you mean? Because you're a full-blown fucking thing now. You're not just a reference to the handle. We need to like, fill in all the information, like image, which is that one, and then everything else about you is just default, like so. What else? Like, can I set color, handle, texture atlas, flip, rect, an optional rectangle in the image to render. An easy one-off. Okay, cool. Image mode, node image mode. Okay, so if I do that, is it going to render? Because the issue I'm running into at the moment is, for all I know, rendering this node is actually working. It's just that I don't have a UI attached to my camera, and therefore it's not rendering on the camera. Yeah, see? So that means that this just isn't rendering. Okay. So it could be that because I'm saying height is auto, it's not working. So if we say 300, and then if we took away the image, like that. So it could have been because auto defaults to 0 potentially. We also here's we can't. Okay, so well, first off, that doesn't make any sense because I disabled your rendering. But we'll have to use 2D anyway because as you can see, it's spawning in the top right corner there. Okay, so that does work. It's just weird. Anyway, so we don't want to do that. We want to go, I guess, just sprite. Like so. Now, you have an image, which is weird. Because I don't think I can just set you to none. Can I just say handle default? And then we need your color, which is color white. And you have a size, right? A custom size. No, it's some vec2 splat 200. Okay. Yeah, use of. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. The hope is that you don't just render a purple rectangle, because that would imply, because it can't find the image, it's just rendering the debug one. Okay, we're rendering a white square in the middle of the screen. The question is, if I right click, no entity. Okay, so you are root. Was it a right click? Then you root like so, like so. So your custom size is going to be vec2 x is 200 and y is 100. Right. Okay. Well, that's a bit weird. So I think the issue with this is because that's 0, 0. So we'll actually need to take in the Windows resolution in order for this to work. The other thing is as I go down, it goes up. All right. Okay, so we need our window. Query window with primary window. No, is it primary monitor? I mean a window. Primary monitor is just wrong. Okay. Wait. So primary window, and then we say net window equal window get. No, that's single. Alright, we get the window, and then we say your position is equal to the pointer position pos equal click dot pointer location dot extend dot position dot extend. Alright, so get that, and then we're gonna go well, you need the mutable. So pos dot x minus equals window dot width divided by 2, and then window dot pos dot y minus equals window dot height divided by 2. Get down the positive. Okay, and then pos dot y times equals -1, like so. Actually, the other option is just to subtract height. That should maybe work, because that means as I go further down, it gets more positive. I'm not sure. Okay, so well, it's kind of working. Well, I guess you'll plus. As you go down, you're going up. Okay, so we do need to multiply by -half. Y times equals -1. That's just inverting it so that as I go down, it also goes down. Because at the moment, as I go up, that's 0, 0, which means that I mustn't have saved, because that doesn't make sense why it's there. Yeah, so if you get 0, 0, we need to minus equal window width. Oh, no, because we're still setting it to the right, the same value. So you need to set your deposits. There we go. Actually update the value that we're trying to set. That would help, wouldn't it? That's at least in the right spot. So it's still just a fixed offset off, which is just minus a little bit 2. Right, that should work. Okay, so now wherever we right click, a menu appears. Now, the issue with this is as we move, the menu follows. The only way to really fix that would be to make the menu appear in actual world and then like point it at the player so that the camera menu stays where you clicked. Is that me? That's me. Okay. Oh right, because you just chicken clicked. That's kind of hilarious. It's raycast. We should probably check if click dot button equals pointer button primary. I guess it does not equal primary and continue. There you go. Now right clicking won't move the player around. So we go back to our UI. So the root just needs to be just a standard root, and then dot with children. It needs to be a UI. Because if it's not, so it's a node. Default. Because otherwise we're gonna have a lot of issues trying to get it to lay out properly. And also the other thing is, I guess that's just it. It's just gonna have a lot of issues trying to lay it out properly. So we can do that, and then we want to go. Well, because then also we can query for it for node instead of transform. We do want to set your width and height. Sorry. Width value pixels 100 and height 100. We want background color. Okay, then we want to just say here we're querying for node, and then we say node. Is it menu dot left equals not menu. Yeah, go click dot point location dot position dot x, and then your top, and that equals y. I think that's how we do that. Or we need to say val pixels and val pixels and like that. Okay. And then we no longer need to know the window. Okay. That should make a more intuitive menu for programming purposes, because and right clicking and it moving properly rather than like at the moment where I'm gonna have to customly make it do everything. Anyway. Doesn't seem to be working. There we go. So whenever I right click, it just goes to where I right clicked. Chart. The next thing is to I actually don't know what RuneScape does when you right click. That I don't play RuneScape. I've played it in the past, but I don't actually play, so I have no idea what the fucking menu is supposed to look like. So question becomes, can I say round that corner radius border radius all val pixels 10. Okay, so that should round all our corners. outline. Width, our pixels. Go like a three line outline. Offset, which is of our pixels. Also 3, because I'm assuming the offset's going to make it like a pop out, but I actually don't know. And then the color will be color sRGB. We need like a brown, so like 0.66, 0.33, 0. Is that a brown? I don't think so. Let's just look it up. Brown hex. What do we want? We want 150 red, 30. Okay. Yeah, I should do. Should be somewhat close to brown. I don't know. What's 150? So 3/5 red. 1.5 fifths. So 3/10. So you should be 3/10, and no, it should be comma background color. That didn't get that right. So yep, 3/10 red and 3/5, which is let's see if it's like 60%, 3/5. Hey, look. Okay. So we don't need to pad it. That's one thing. We don't need to pad out. So offset, it should just be auto. So don't offset it. Anyway, so whoever right-click menu, it's like a brown. We want our background to be like gray. We probably also want this to be like maybe 5 pixels because that doesn't seem quite wide enough. We also probably want your width to be 250 pixels. Probably smarter to make it a percentage, but yeah, that would be smart. We're not going for smart. We've got a border radius of 5. We want your background color to be sRGB. We want this to be gray, so like 0.33. It can be quite a dark gray. We want a light gray. 6.66. 0.66. 0.66. Alright, so that should give us a nice little menu. And then we can okay, so a little grey menu like so. Nice. So I guess dot with children. P dot spawn UI text. Nope. Bevy UI widgets text. I don't know if this is gonna work. Test. Well, I guess it's context. Dot into. Yep, I think so. Is that gonna work? Who goddamn knows? I need you to spawn semicolon close, like so. And now we have a look what that looks like. We see what the text looks like when we spawn text in. Radio. Hey, context text. I don't know why. Oh, because I should be right-clicking something. Okay. So one thing is we need to kind of find what was right-click, because I think all things will trigger an event. If I remember, like I can set it to a not trigger when colliding, something like that. So I need it to say what it's hitting. So the other thing is when I left click, it's just going to go there. So we need the UI to somehow block the raycasting, which I don't actually know how to do. But anyway, move right click. Okay, so we also probably want to grab the visibility. Visibility. Okay, so first off you want menu, so menu and viz, and so we want viz equals visibility, view visibility, no, visibility visible debug. Okay, so that'll make it visible, and then we need to well, we could probably do this up here then and say read, so else if else, so we need to say do reference viz equals visibility visibility hidden. That'll hide it when we left click and show it when we right click. So the other thing is we need to we can get the entity that was right, that was clicked. My issue with this is I wonder if it's going to disappear because we're going to hit more than one thing, like more than one event may trigger at a time. So when we left click, it disappears. Okay. So my concern is that left clicking does in fact, as you can see, click through the menu, which is not the best. Wait, is it clicking through the menu? Because it's not moving my person. Yes, it's not actually clicking through the menu. So it's disappearing the menu, but it's not clicking through the menu. So when I right click, I kind of want to find out what's being hit. So we're going to go to here and we're going to say name. We're going to go when we spawn the mesh, add train mesh. I'm going to say entity insert the commands dot entity, because it's only when we add the terrain. Yeah, add a terrain. Insert entity dot insert name new terrain. Okay, and then when we spawn our tree, we need to insert orangey tree here. I need to add a name new palm tree. Okay, like so. And then we're going to go not in raycast, it's in UI. When you right click, I'm going to change you from move to update. Update real quick. So we need our text. So text. Okay, I'm going to change you from right-click menu root to just right-click menu because I want you to... That's apparently a valid name. Oops. Oops. Ah, stop. Stop. Close. Slow down. Slow down. Press the right keys. My brain is getting cooked, probably because I had an energy drink this morning and then an energy drink after I finished work. So it's a bit too much caffeine. Title, which is going to be an entity. Like so. Right. And then we need to do this. And then, well, we could always... fuck it. We'll go with the... Assuming that the menu is always laid out the same. This is never going to go wrong. So we need you, and we also need children. Okay. We need text, which is going to be a query for, I guess, mutable text. Now, I'm assuming this is the UI widget text. Yep. So first off, we probably don't need to call UI widget text. We can just say text new. Okay. So you need immutable. Okay. Then we need to go names. I guess we'll say names. And we're going to go query name. And that's it, just query name. I'm going to say right click if let sum name equals names dot get click dot entity event dot hit data dot camera normal position. No, so it's not camera, it's click dot something target. Okay. Oh, it's okay, not some. Okay. Right, I think get returns a result. Yes, because in theory you can return query does not match no such entity. Huh. That is music. Interesting. Anyway, so we do that, and then we say somewhere we need to say text. Let title equals, and so we need a title equals text dot get children dot, can I just index it? Does that work? 0? Okay. Okay. Text equals and else error and then continue. Menu child 0 is not text. Okay. We also want to say when we spawn this text, we want to give you a background color. Background color from RGB 0.5. We want to be darker, so we're going to 6.6, so we're going to go like 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and then we need to, so that's the color, let's show this here and do that. Okay, so I'm hoping that'll spawn a backdrop behind it that'll also get the same radius corners, but only on the top. Like I'm hoping it doesn't just layer a square on top. If so, we'll just have to clip it with radius in the corners, but only a certain amount. we need text.get mute title here. Then we say name. So if the name exists, else. All right. So we're gonna say title.0 equals name dot. Wait, two lowercase. Two owned. No. Two string. Right. Else title. Oh, actually, in that case, you say title at 0 equals, and then you say to string, and then you say else you equal click dot target. Or we say format. Click dot target. Then we say end. Sorry. So. Oh, that's not correct either. Okay. What we're doing is we are assuming that the first child is always going to be the context, like the main context window, or like the title. Then when you right click, it's going to check to see if what you just right clicked has a name. If it has a name, it'll put the name in the context menu. Otherwise, it's going to print the entity, which will mean that if I right click one of the users, it'll put the entity name because they don't have names. That or it'll put something fucking weird, which is going to cause a lot of issues in the sense that right-clicking... I should also start it hidden. So when you right-click, it's right-clicking terrain. We also need to fix the flex direction and shit. But so apparently I can't right-click the people. That I'm just... then I did it for a second. Body mesh. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit buggy because these aren't singular items that can be clicked on. Head mesh, body mesh. And then somehow I clicked on the actual entity itself. So it's very confusing, the fact that I can click on something that really shouldn't exist. Then we go find one of these trees. And we're going to see if it says palm tree when I right-click it. So when I right-click you. It says circle.0. So that's not exactly what I wanted to be saying. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. So we can't get the root because the root would still be terrain. We could do a parents iterator. So that's like so. Do that, and then we say it's not if get name, it's so your name is going to be format. Going to be a little bit wasteful, but we're going to say click.target. So set the name to click.target, then for entity in parents.iter parent iter ancestors returns it, yeah, okay, because children is the so parent and then click.target, and then we say god damn it, this is going to get even harder because we need to double check that. Well, we can say name and then with scene root. No, in reality it should be it needs to be like object or something. derive component. We just need something to flag what we want to be able to right click, so that when I hit the leaf of the tree, it doesn't display leaf. It says the name of the parent. We'll just call it like a root. And then I'm gonna say every time root, this is gonna be query you need entity and then added, not add, added scene root. So we need commands as well. For entity in scenes commands dot entity dot insert root. So that sticks the root onto anything. We need to run this every frame. So in update, which is here, add root. So add root will set a root for everything, and then you are going to be named with root. Should be called something else like object root, but anyway. And says to iterate to get target, and then we're going to say if okay, if let okay name equals names dot get entity title equals name dot toString. So I got 0, and then we're going to break if we find something. Otherwise, we continue until we don't find something. And if you don't find something, you just leave the name to the entity. So this should, in theory, work. That when I right-click something, it should show me the root thing's name. So context.title. So you're just showing me the entity name. Oh, because we should also say that terrain also gets a fucking root. So when we update terrain, we are also going to insert. So insert name. Wait, we do it all here. Why am I doing it at the top? Insert terrain, thank you, and also root. In reality, it should probably be something like context or something, so that when you right click it, it needs to be what basically flags it as right clickable needs to be what it uses to determine if it has a fucking root name. Why are you still displaying the fucking entity name? You piece of shit. Anyway. I need to go find a tree. See if it works. There's a tree. Hello, tree. It took a very long time to grow, don't you? Oh, you say palm tree. Well, it's a good start. For some reason the terrain still just says fucking terrain. It has root. It has name. Oh, right. I understand. If okay name equals names dot get click dot target name dot toString self. All right, what was happening there is that because what we were clicking on was in fact itself the root, we weren't checking to see if it had a name, and then obviously none of its parents had a name, so it was just being set. So now we check to see if what we've right-clicked on has a name. If it doesn't, we try and find its root and then see if that has a name. So that should mean that right-clicking things gives them the right name. The other thing to fix is that you need like your flex direction. To be a column. This is where we're going to have to port the fucking editor over. Okay, there you go. Column. So now it says terrain. It doesn't bevel the fucking corners, so we need to say, hey. Round, right? What's it called? A border. Border, radius, top, val, pixels 10. I think that's going to be too aggressive. We'll see. You'd think it would be the same as parent, but that's not necessarily the case. Hey! Doesn't seem quite right here, but that might just be me. So right-clicking on the actual text itself doesn't trigger it. So if I click and drag, it also doesn't do it, so that's cool. What did I fucking click on? I'm probably clicking on the gizmos, aren't I? No? Weird. I don't know what I'm clicking on. Click on the person. Cool. Interesting. All right. I don't know how I'm going to add walking as a contextual thing that you can do, because it will require it grabbing the fucking position when I right click as well, which isn't really that hard to do, really. We can't. We want like right click context or something. I'm assuming when I right click the ground, it is hitting the ground. Yeah, it is, because it's popping that up. So what we're going to do is we're going to say we need a component, and this is going to be a context action. Right. So on open, and then it's system ID. No. Okay, let's work this out. So we're gonna go app dot can I app dot register system? It is a system ID. Okay. System ID. Okay, so okay. An identifier of a registered system. Rebecca identifies key to a specific world and are created with registered system. Okay, so on open, and then on close, system ID. The issue with this is world is going to need. Can I register to a non-mutable world? I imagine not. Yeah, I was gonna say. Be weird if you could. And then options, which is going to be a vector, and it's going to be a vector of string system IDs. So somehow I'm going to have to make these context actions. Anyway, don't need that. So you need to be public, and then these all need to be public. So so when we add terrain, I guess we could remove root and just call it context action now. Or is it I think it's like this. Right. No. No, we need to get the actual actions themselves. It's technically the name would be great. We'll leave it for now because it's not going to make any difference, I don't think. Query context actions like so, and then we need to do the same thing, and we're going to say like I guess it's the commands for child in children dot either dot skip one commands. Oh, we need commands. Commands dot entity child dot despawn recursive at despawn recursive. All right. So we're going to go through and despawn all the children except the first one because the first one will be the context title and we're already using that. Okay, and then down here we're going to go if let some let mute context equals actions dot get click dot target dot okay. If is none, or in context dot not context parent dot iter ancestors click dot target if let some let okay parent equals actions dot get parent context equals some parent break. Right. So what we're doing is we're going to see if the thing that we right-clicked on directly has a set of actions for the context menu. If it doesn't, we're going to iterate through its ancestors until we find one that does, and then if let some context equals context. Okay. Now, annoyingly, we're going to need to go the menu, right-click menu. Mute action. Is it, what was it? What I call it? Fucking context action. Context actions. And then you are going to require. Context. Now, apparently can't spell. Fucking terrain doesn't require anything. Object requires. There we go. Require, not requires. Require. Okay, require, and then you say this doesn't implement default. I kind of wish it was from world and not default, but I can understand why. Okay, so we can't do that because you didn't. The issue with this is we're gonna have to go. I guess these can be some option like that, like this. Option and option. Right. Wait, this isn't an option. This is, don't option the vector. That's unnecessary. Default. Okay, now you can call default, which means that we can now make it a require. Require. Action. Context actions. All right. So mute actions. Or no. Action. Current actions. Okay, so we come down here, we say if let some context You need to implement clone as well. Can you implement clone? Yes. Okay. So context, and then we need to call current actions equals context dot clone. Okay. So, no. What do you mean? Oh, because you're behind it. Okay, so when we click it, if this context, change this is context. And then we also need to go for for option in context dot commands context dot options dot iter commands dot so entity menu, let's call it root. There we go. All right, so commands dot entity root dot with children p let me say button p dot spawn button. All right, I'm assuming this is how this works. I have no idea. Button text option dot clone. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that should spawn in all the options. Spawn right click menu. The updates right click menu. We're gonna need a context event. Event. Okay, derive event enum context event. So this is going to trigger whenever something happens. Like, we need to have an event writer here. So that's also spelled wrong. Context event. Yep, go away. I don't know how to tell Clippy to shut up about advanced types. Type complexity allow. Okay. So something else is complaining about. Anyway. Continue. Okay. Context event. So when we do this, we're going to say context events dot send context event close. Okay, and context event open. All right. So open, close, run, and run will take in a usize. We're going to need a context. We should probably make you a component, maybe. Component. Right, and the last thing, just for the sake of it, is going to be command spawn a button, but the text is going to be close. Into. So the last thing on the context menu is always going to be a button that says close, and one last thing we need is a context event close. Alright, maybe we should get rid of this bit because I feel like this is going to cause issues. So continue, I send it to hidden. No, I'm going to say it doesn't hide. Wait. How do you implement component? What? That doesn't make any sense. How can you have a... How can you have a conflicting implementation? Weird. Right. So then enumerate. Need to wrap you like so. We need to go I, and then you will have the context. Context event open. No, run. I, like so. So when you click on any others, it'll call run on the corresponding thing. So now we need to pub struct fn run context action world, which is going to be a world world.resource scope. Can I get just an event reader? World.read events. So I think that's correct. And then we would need to go event, which is then a res. No, it's just a mute. Like mute, right? Is this how this works? Resource scope takes in mute and then R, and then the R is well, when we go up here and we say add event context event. When we say add event, what do you actually initialize? Main mute add event, okay, T, and then self event registry. No, events, okay. So it's a resource called events. Event. Nope, not event. Events. Context event. Okay, and then we say for event in events dot iter read the fuck events send get reader. Okay, gets a new event cursor. This will ignore all events already in the event buffer. It will read all future events, including all. Okay, so get dot read events. So Right. I think it's worlds. Like that. Okay. So, just again, because it's supposed to be teaching on this stream, what we're going to do is we're getting access to the world, like full world, so exclusive system. We are then taking the context events out of the world so that we can have access to the world and to the events at the same time. And then we're going to match context event. Ooh. God damn it. That's not going to work. Well, it will work, but we're going to have to... The issue is I don't want to have to grab the fucking events every time. I guess we can just clone the thing, then we run the system. Okay, okay, so we're going to say let run equal none. Oh. This is just purely about making code redundant, like not having to write lots of redundant code. So we're going to say if open, we're going to query builder new world dot single. How do I query state single new world dot single let run equal so single then requires access to the world, right? And then dot right, we need to state here when we say no, not no, here query state, and then you're going to be action context actions with root context right click menu root, okay, dot single dot open on open, okay, and then you equal so that works, okay. And then close does the same thing, but it's on close. And then index. And then, okay, index. Fuck you. Then you do this and you say, option dot get index dot map I think I need to clone all these as well because this is not decent. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's just copy. And then map, and then so map would then be don't care ID. Except you're saying you don't know what that is. No, map. Or else default is none. Map or some ID. Right? Why is that not working? F where? Option T. Right. Where F once takes in T. No, that's not correct. Map or else? No. What the fuck is the thing? Map. Right. And map would convert where option T and then F takes in T, and then, but why do you not know what the type is? Single options dot get. I don't know why it's complaining. Right. Is it this? And then we just need to dereference it because it was just... Okay, that works. Cool. Except that I need to dot clone. Yeah, cool. Cool. Why do you... It's a system ID, it's a system ID. Oh, you just return U, so you don't need to be wrapped in some. Okay. Like so. Is it working now? No. Type annotation needed. System ID. For whatever fucking reason, you can't infer that. Considering that most of these return a goddamn system ID. Alright, then we go if let sum run equals run world dot system run. Do you just return? Oh, no, you can actually return a fucking result, can't you? Okay, if let error e equals end error e. Okay, well, that's not the right e. E. Okay. So, oh no, not let run. It's just run. That's why I couldn't infer the type, because I was letting it each time. Okay, run, and then we can get rid of the infer type. Yeah. I think you're complaining because I'm giving you a reference to like an already referenced thing. I just give you world, okay, and then you don't need to do clone because I think it's just copied. Nope. You didn't like that. Using clone of which, okay. Oh, I need to dereference it. I can't just give it a reference. Okay, dereference. Okay, then we run the system, and that means that unclose. Okay. Okay, then we come up here and we go, this is run on an update. So update right click when you paste this. Okay, so next, this function has too many arguments. Too many arguments. Too many allow. Does that fix it? Yes. Okay. So what I need to do now is I need to go to terrain. So first off, context actions needs to be public. Yep, it is. Okay, so you go to terrain and we go, when we spawn the terrain, somehow I need to get access to these fucking registered types. Which is going to be a real pain in the ass, because I need mutable world access to register fucking types. So can we go derive resource struct terrain context on open. Is this going to be the system? System ID, and then move walk, which is going to be an system ID. Okay, and then we need to import from world for terrain context, right? And then we say from world, and we say let open equal world.register system. We need a component. Move target. This is just going to be Refactoring. Okay, register system. So this is going to be set. This is getting very complicated. Event reader, click in pointer, click commands and context, which is going to be a query for entity with context. No, right click menu root. I think I have to go back to you and say make this public. So, you know what? No, it's be smarter to make move target a resource and just do it that way instead of having a root node that we con. So target, and that's going to be res mute move target. Okay, so we'll just give you default. So then we can go up here and be like init resource move target. Alright, so what this is going to do is we're going to go let click equal click dot iter dot read dot reduce I don't know what to do. I think it's map. No, it's reduce. No, it's filter. Like filter, right? filter takes in predicate with appears item. Okay, so click. Then we say click dot. So this is to return a boolean. So pointer button equals equals. So it's keeping all positive values. Create an to determine if the element should yield given the given association true or false. The returned iterator will yield only the elements from which returns true. Okay, equals equals pointer button primary. Okay, so return that dot left. Okay. If okay, so this should be sum. When I click this, else error no left click no primary click found. Okay, and then return. All right, and then we got to say target dot 0 equals click dot as dot 0 dot not point location hit dot position if let sum quick dot hit position else error node hit data if let sum pos equals quick position return equals no, yeah, that's correct, equals that position, do that vec3. I need to go this and then say pos dot as oh, that's cool. As I vec3. Okay, pos dot round as I vec3. Like that. Yeah. Okay. So then we set our target, we set our click, and we say we don't need to use commands anymore because again we're using a resource, which is probably the smarter way of doing it. So set target, and then so this is to itself, and so it registers, and we need to say set target. Set move target. Okay. Okay. And then this is open, and this is walk. Walk this way. Walk on click context. So again, as a teaching to summarize what I'm doing is I've got a system that will iterate through all the click events and set the target to the last thing that we left clicked on. The hope here is that wait, no, it's right click, isn't it? Not so secondary. Right, so when we right click something, if it's the terrain, it'll open the terrain's context menu, which will then, within the same frame, if I'm understanding this correctly, run this system, which will then check, which will then go through and find the last right click, and that should be the terrain. It'll then set the move target to where we just clicked on the terrain. Then, after that's been set, we're going to have an on walk context, which is going to be the same thing. So we need to query player. So player, which is going to be a query. So I guess it's mute path with player. Right. So we're going to query for our player specifically. And then we also need move target. So this doesn't need to be mutable. Move target, which is just a resource. Right. So move target, and then we're going to go. We need to. Alright. Then we say for mute path in player dot I just mute and like so. We need to make you mutable here, and then we say path dot push dot clear path dot this dot 0 dot push back path is a target dot 0. Okay, so on walk context, which is going to be run here, and then we need to return a terrain context here, which is on open is going to be open, and then walk is just walk. Right. So I need to do it here because I need access to the world in order to register the types. But then on our add terrain mesh down here, we're going to request context, which is our res terrain context here, which is all our context data. And then now here, when we go terrain here, we're going to say context actions on open is going to be context dot open on open. On open is sum on open. On options is going to be a vec, which is going to have the option walk into and context dot walk, and on close is none. Okay, this is also spelt wrong. Right, let's see if that works. I have absolutely no idea if this is going to work. It's probably going to crash because I've probably forgotten to add a specific resource or something. But the idea should be that when we right-click the terrain, it records where we right-clicked. Yep, I knew something was going to go wrong. What did we not add? Without T. Where is that? No. Update right-click. So UI update right-click is using something mutably twice. What is it using mutably twice? It's getting mutable access to text, mutable access to visibility, context actions, with context. Okay. Well, that's a good reason to get rid of it. Oh, no, it's not that that's doing it. So we have our context actions. I guess we can just say without. Right click menu root, because that's really the case. We're using it to update the right click menu, so there's literally no need to then also access it later in theory. All right. Okay. Well, well, except our terrain didn't fucking spawn again. Now, why didn't our terrain spawn? Yeah, that's yelling about a lot of stuff. Okay. Right. Terrain mesh did not run because it required inaccessible system parameter terrain context. Did we not register terrain context? It's a bit weird that doesn't crash anymore. Init resource terrain context. So run. So when we spawn our terrain, we'll get our terrain context, and then when we right click the terrain, we should get the options of walk and close. So when I right click terrain, we get the options of walk and close. When I click walk, what happened? No secondary click found. Why is this running so goddamn much? First off, I didn't click you. Why is it running 1,000,000 times? So, no secondary click found. I really need to find where I'm fucking printing no. Failed. Failed to find path. Go away. I don't care if you failed to find the path because you're just randomly selecting paths. It's not really an error anymore. It was when I was first testing it, but not anymore. Okay. So, first off, weird. That's got to be like because the tree spawned too soon. So when I click walk, now, no secondary click found. When I right click, did it set? Why is this running so much? When I right click, what am I doing? Because the only thing is it's hitting a whole bunch of shit. So, no secondary click found. That's here. When does this run? Set move target. Right. What runs set move target? The terrain. So when I right click. Okay. Yeah, context event. So we're firing context events all the time. Well, that's probably not the best idea. Right, and it's also once it gets set, it just stays set. That's another thing to consider. No, so when I right click, you set visibility and you send the event. But that's the only time you send the event, right? Context. Send event. Alright, you shouldn't be sending the event. Unless you fire the event every time. Why are you firing the event so much? One thought is that the events don't clear like I thought they did. I thought they cleared after every frame, or every second frame or something. So, because it's double buffered. So that shouldn't mean that you're not catching these. Anyway, if I don't send that, and now search for send, that should be the only place, right? Other files. That's the only place that I send the event. Right. So then if I do that and it doesn't fire, when I right click, then I know for a fact that it's only that event that's doing it. Okay, so it's not spewing forth lots of text. Right. So when I right click, oh, you're sending one of these every single time. Well, the question is then if I go click, like you're not spending 1,000,000 clicks out though, are you? Because that's the implication is when I right click, it's firing more than. I can see it doing 2 because I've got 2 cameras, but I can't see it doing more than 2. So when I fly up here and I say right click, it's only doing 1 click. So it's some kind of recursion within the fact that when I right click, for each click, we only do this. So print open, right? And that should prove that only sends one of open. So when we send this, okay, it's like it's run open. So is run open happening multiple times, or is it that I'm... Well, it has to be, because it's the only time we run the system. So we do this, we go... You sent a lot of shit. So we're running open. We're only calling open once, which means somehow when we get to here, we are triggering that event lots of times. Is this running multiple times? That would tell us if it's the somehow multiple event. We're only sending one event, but somehow when we read it, we're reading it multiple times. That or it's this is running multiple times. Well, okay. So, well, that's running every frame. So you could be just running until the buffer gets cleared. I didn't right click on the terrain, so it didn't do anything. Yeah. So event cursor read. Can I then go down here? Right, and then we say events.clear. Could be that. Well, this will tell us because we're clearing it. Okay, so it was... Okay, run open, and when I click walk, do you actually go there though? I need to right click somewhere that's actually, you know. Which one's me? Let's go somewhere far away. We can get it to debug more stuff. So come over here. Is that me? It's gotta be me. There we go. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? So this is me. So when I right click, and then I left click. Okay. So we need to... Well, I don't think we're ever triggering walk. That's probably what's happening. Right. We can get you to stop printing that. I think we already are, but anyway. Somewhere it's printing run open. Oh, okay, what about just open? No. Yeah, print open. We don't need to print that every time. Okay. So next is to do the buttons, which I don't know how to do in Bevy 0.15. So if an on click or context buttons context buttons. Question, does button have anything? No. Marker structure buttons. So button's probably going to require something like interaction, right? Require node interaction. We'll need interaction. So we're going to say button, which is going to be a query for an interaction, a context event with button. It's not even with button, it's like literally like change, but anyway, change interaction. Okay, and then we need to say context event, writer context event. info running event running event. Okay. So we need to go back to our context events, just add debug to them just so I can debug stuff. Debug. No, not debug, debug. Here. So do that. So how about our buttons, our context event writer, and then we go for interaction event in button. So rename it buttons just for clarity. Buttons. Okay, so we say if let interaction pressed equals interaction context event dot send event. Right. You need to implicitly be clone and copy. So okay, annoying, but anyway. So do that, and then we need to go context buttons. This needs to run at every frame. Context buttons, and I think we want to add systems last. I think we want to run context actions last, just so that they all the other stuff, like I don't have to worry about ordering, and then any context event will be run, because otherwise I feel like I'm going to run into issues where it doesn't run in the right order, like because we're clearing the frames. I guess we're only clearing the event after it actually runs, so as you saw, like it literally runs multiple times before it clears. So right clicking, running event open. Okay, so just for the sake of making sure it's actually working, we want to go to mod terrain here and go where our set target, and we go here and we say can I info right click target is pos.round. So when we right click, it should tell me what I set my position target to. Should have put one in the walk, but that should be more obvious that it's actually doing anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go left click over here, so you come wandering over. Ding, 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 ding. And then when we come over here, we right click, we set the target to -45. Yes, okay. So it's going to complain that it's not in the map because we need to init. Then we need to say pos.y equals 0. Right. Right, then we should be able to right click over here and say walk. The fact that you teleport is a little bit weird. Oh, right, because we're supposed to pathfind to there. Well, somehow I managed to open twice. That was weird. Well, that is ironically hilarious. Set context. So, set move target. Right. So it's we need access to path. Oh, we just need to. Move entity. No, that moves along the target. It's something like, is it under raycast that we set the target? So I think what we want to do is we're going to go where I've got target cell, wherever that is. Target cell. Target cell here is going to be renamed to next. Next cell. And then we're going to make derive component struct target, and this is going to be ivec3, like so. No, struct, not static, struct. Okay, so we have a target, and then when we raycast, a lot of the stuff needs to go away. Fn raycasting. Right, so you're going to rename to build path. Right, and then you can get rid of all the right-click related stuff, which should be a good way for the error message compiler to tell me what's going on. So, right-click. So, click, and then this is terrain, which I think is also related to clicking. Player. So, I think what we actually want is next cell should be target. Right. And then we can get rid of the with player, like so. And then I don't think we need to color cells in anymore. And then select it. So I think that's all we need, right? And so what you're going to do is we need a player. So we need to say player, which is a query for entity with player. Okay, like so. And then we say for click if terrain contains click target. Click position. Let cell E cost. Okay, so we want to take all of that, put that there. So we want to say for not player, entity for pathfinder for path target past in pathfinder. Okay, and then we want to say okay, like so. Then we say cell E is equal to, I don't know where cell came from. Cell came up here. Let cell equal some position. Click. Okay. So cell is target dot 0. Okay, and then cell cost, and then target is this. So we can say, don't bother with that. Start is equal to right, so we still need our current next cell. So it's target next. So your next dot cell start, and then new path is checked a star debug. And then for cell solid. Okay, no, we're gonna say we don't do this anymore. For checked. Okay, don't do this. All right, that should work there. And then up here we need to go something like this. Okay, and then we need to say let player player equal player dot single. We need commands. We need commands. We need to say commands dot entity player dot insert target cell. I think that's how that works. That should make our raycasting work again. Here's cell. This is called it's target.0. So build path does that. Okay, so some reason cell doesn't exist. End is cell was the one up here. Cell is target 0. Okay, and then down here we need to go entity and mute commands like so, and then we need to say entity like so, entity. Then we come down here and we say commands dot entity dot remove target. Okay, don't do anything with check. Cool. So build path, and that needs to run up here. Build path. Okay. So then down here, same thing. When we say random entities, we probably should be replacing these guys with entity. Entity. So I think we don't actually need your path. Actually, we probably don't need it. We need your past. Okay, so we're gonna say past next. You don't need to be mutable. Mute commands. It's probably gonna break everything. If and next cell. Next. Okay, so next, and then we said path.extend. So we don't actually need to do that. We can set new path. Okay, take that. Say this. Go. We need to say commands dot entity dot insert target, which is past cell. Right. Which means we don't need that. So random move just sets a random target. We need to, without player. It's hopefully this will work because it's just simply like moving where the reassigning is. So instead of set target, so if it crash and things are moving, not everything's moving. Oh, because yeah, they only update every 10 seconds. When I left click, well, that's not a good sign. Why are you so slow? Oh god. How did I end up setting? First off, why are you trying to find a target every frame? That's very confusing because I don't know why you're suddenly deciding you want to set it. Like, path check. So this is build path. build path. Last thing you do is remove target. Right, you should probably remove target if you can't find the path as well. Still remove the target because I don't want you trying again. You can't find the path. Anyway. Definitely not working properly. Oh god. So I don't know what's happening now. Alright, so when I right click here and I can walk, you're still teleporting. Probably because I don't think I'm setting this correctly anymore. I think, one, we don't want to set your path that, because you path that, you'll just teleport to that next spot. So it's actually not path. It's actually entirely that we can say entity. That is the player. And then we say for path player. And then we say commands. Say commands. And then we say commands dot insert entity. Insert target and then target 0. We do that, and then we can make all this like not mutable, and just like that. We should be able to right click and make the player move somewhere. Okay, can it not find a path? Alrighty. So guess next we need to go here and be like walk. Wait, you can right click a tree and walk to it? That doesn't make sense. Why can I walk to the palm tree? Well, okay. Walking to the palm tree makes sense. What doesn't make sense is how did that work? I didn't explicitly code that. I think what's happening is when we right click the palm tree, it's setting the cell to palm tree and then walking to it. So we're gonna go to objects, tree, palm tree. So FN go tree. So we kind of want to go derive resource struct palm tree. No, free context. Right, and this is just going to be open, which is a system ID, like so. On just chop. Okay. I guess technically you can also have walk system ID like so. All right, then we need to go import from world for tree context. Okay. So then down here when we spawn the tree, I need to also specify that you are a system context actions. We need token context res tree context. We need to say on open context some context dot open option on close is none. Options is a vector consisting of walk, which is context.walk, and then another one that is chop, which is then context chop. Dot into so you need your from world, so we need app open equals world dot register system super set move target. So really it should be set context target, which is just to select whatever was selected last, and then move set move target. No, what the fuck did I call it? Set move target walk. Right. Let's rename this on walk context. Okay, so this is walk, and then chop will be on chop, and then we go fn on chop context. Wait, it's not super on chop context. Okay, on chop context, and then we come down and we say tree context open chop walk. Okay, so then up here we need to somewhere there's a plugin. We need to dot init resource chop tree context. Okay, so we got a tree context, and then we got a chop and a walk option, and then we say chop. Chop doesn't do anything at the moment, so what we need to do is go up here and then go player move. No, so it's in terrain mod on walk context. I'm gonna just copy the on walk context. And then we'll add on top of the on walk context. Like so. So this is the on walk, and then we say commands, and we need to like import and import and import this too. Okay. Uh, hmm. I just want to make it so you can chop the trees down. So we need like an event, derive event, enum. So pathfind event on arrive. The system IDs can they like have an input? I system input and O, which is system output. So you have to be a system input. You can't feed in something that's not a system input. Okay. Damn it. I was hoping that I could make a system thing that like on arrival did X or on arrival did Y. Enum action destroy. Action okay. So we need to go back here. We need to say move target, and you need to have an entity as well. So unclick, and then when we can I say option? I feel like it's always going to be set to some, but anyway. Move target. When is move target used? Apparently, like never. When on what context here move target we use you directly. Set move target. Okay, and then we say target dot one equals sum. Click dot target. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we can then so now we have a way of selecting something when we right click. So when we go here and we say on chop context, player well, technically a pathfinding event would be arrive. Right. Should really reorganize this. I'll do that off stream. And then enum action on event. I don't know. Uh, I actually don't know what to do now. I'm trying to think how to program it so that you can like specify to the player. It's kind of like ooh. So we always feel like in goal, right? And then we want to be like the goal is just like condition. I enum player. I'm just trying to make something simple for now, just so I can finish the stream. I think it'll be really to drop down trees. So we're gonna go with enum player, no, struct player. Component. Derive component action. And then this is just going to, again, be a system ID. Okay. Struct. Okay, right. So when we say on chop, well, I guess first off, we need to go run player action. And then this is going to take in a new world. World. So we're going to take it in the world, and then we're going to and I'm sure there was something that was like action, and then we're going to go like query player action. I guess technically this is a really dodgy way of doing this because this is far too much mutable exclusive access. We're going to say for action in actions world dot run system action dot 0. Question then becomes, does this work as a system parameter? I don't think it will, but it's some way I remember. Yeah, so you can't do that because actions is going to require. So what we're going to do is get immutable world access. There's definitely a way. I don't remember how, but you can like store some local state. So we're going to say let actions equal world dot query dot iter world dot collect vec. I think it's dot clone. Then we need to say that you are clone and copy like so. Then we need to query, and we need to say the query is for action reference action. So Okie dokie doke. Then we can iterate through action. We can run action. Let's just go to end and just go unwrap. Because if this does something wrong, I just wanted to panic. I don't care at this point. Right. So finally, we want to go to unchop. So next is we're going to insert this. We're also going to insert bam. I don't think I can ad hoc register systems, can I? Yeah, see, I can't. So I'd have to actually specifically have a system set up that checks on chop context. Player insert target is just equal to 0. I could add like a thing that says chop. Component chop and an entity. And then we just say chop and then target dot 1, and then we say what do you mean? Dot unwrap. It should be summed by this point. And then we say on chop, on chop. We need to go player. So we need the player's entity. We need chop. And we need to just say mute commands. This is probably like a really terrible way of doing this, but I really am like not able to think at the moment. So for entity target then we want to go chop. We need path as well. See, this is why I'm saying it's really bad, is because I'm just literally just going to use the fact that the path length is 0 to say that I've reached the destination. For in player. Right, then we're going to say if path dot 0 dot is empty. Oh, we need commands as well. I know we got commands. Commands dot target dot 0. No. Dot target dot 0 dot dot trigger entity, and then dot despawn recursive. So we actually don't need this entity. Oh, we do. No, because then we say commands dot entity chop. An entity is entity, and then dot remove chop. Biggest issue with this is if you just need to add that to run every frame on chop. Yeah, this is terrible code. Right, yeah. Right. Yeah, there's a big issue with this is if you target a tree then target something else, the player won't chop it down. Okay, so if we right click walk, okay, cool. Now we go find a tree and we say, gonna right click chop you fucking down. The trees is really small. There should be one around this water. I expect there's like a 1 in 100 chance. Maybe there isn't any around that water. There's definitely some over here. I saw them. There you go. It's going to take you a while, isn't it? We're going to go tree, right click, walk. Wait, what? Why does the palm tree not have enough context menu? Why does the palm tree not have the right context menu? When I spawn in the palm tree, I give the palm tree a context menu. Correct? Correct? Somewhere, object, when we spawn in a palm tree, spawn test tree, yeah, test tree doesn't have it. We should probably get rid of the test tree because the test tree is just going to confuse things. The test tree does shit. Okay, so RNG trees. So when we run an RNG tree, seed, yeah. So visibility, so splat. Right, we need to say assets. No, context. Tree res tree context. Let me say context actions on open is context dot oh god, this is a good sign. I need to stop. Context dot open is some also I said open, not walk. Open. Options is vec. No, this is what the fuck? How have I done this? Okay, on open. Open. Call open. On close. Call none. And then options is going to be a vec. That is walk string comma context dot walk, and then next is chop dot to string comma context dot chop. Okay. Go here, please. Say his. Okay, his. We run that. Okay. So now tree should be choppable, and then we should be able to call this a day. Okay. Walk here. Fly over to the patch with the trees in it, which I have to give it time for the trees to actually be visible. Hello, trees. Palm tree. Chop. Are you on your way? You are on your way. Look at him go. I fucking love the pathfinding. We need the context menu to kind of close itself once an action's been selected. So we should probably do the RNG button on chop. So that'd be UI, and then we go run context. Yeah, this doesn't need to print. Kind of wish I could get rid of that line. Is it update? No, it's somewhere there's context menu buttons. Context buttons. Group. Query. Mute visibility with right click menu. Should really just rename this to context menu. Context menu. Oh, okay, always misspelling it. Context menu. All right. So we've got that, and then we go here, and we go. When you send this event, I need you to say roots dot single mute dot equals visibility hidden. When you click a button, hide the goddamn context menu. Oops. I didn't even see if the tree chopped down. We had all that time for the person to run over there. We didn't even check to make sure that they fucking chopped it down. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Don't mind my dodgy code. Don't mind my dodgy code. We should also start it hidden. So, what we do is we come over here and we go... Chop, 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 chop. Nope. You. Chop. Well, interesting that they managed to chop the fucking tree down. Without visiting the tree, for one thing. Which is hilarious because it can't pathfind there. It's obviously too far away to pathfind to it. Now what I'm finding most interesting about this is that somehow... Oh, because you're targeting the actual tree, not the parent object, aren't you? So we need to go see, and again I can't just target the root because that won't work. I need to go when they open the context menu. Oh. You know what? Fuck it. That's something I can't be bothered fixing. Anyway. It works. You can chop down trees. I'm gonna call that a day because I am at the point where my code is getting atrocious and there's no point fucking around because I'm just gonna end up making worse and worse code. Hopefully I will be streaming again tomorrow working on this. I will tidy up the code best I can between videos, or between streams, and just like try and condense everything down so that it's not horrifically spaced all over the place. We'll add like pathfinding events, something like that. Maybe I'll port the Bevy editor. That seems like a fun thing to do. I do need to convert pathfinding back to using a IVEC 3, not an IVEC 2, not an IVEC 3, because it's a bit confusing that Y is always just set to 0, otherwise you have an error. Anyway. Anyway, I hope you've all enjoyed. I will see you in the next stream. I'm gonna sign